Good
We're live.
evening. Good evening. Welcome to February 11th Human Relations Commission meeting. This is our regular monthly meeting. I'd like to begin with the roll call, Mary.
Commissioner Duda-Ray,
Present.
Commissioner Regier,
Present.
Commissioner Savage,
Present.
Chair Smith, Vice Chair Stinger,
Present.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we send our best wishes to former Commissioner Stephen Lee and Chair Smith. Hope you are both healthy at your different recovery points. And we are very thankful for the rain. This is a good sign. We will look to first ask any agenda changes, requests, deletions from the agenda before you. Okay, seeing no hands, I'll ask if there are any oral communications. At this point, I'd like members of the public to speak on anything that is not on the agenda.
We'll have Mary get up the clock and then I will begin calling the names, Chair Stinger, Vice
Thank you.
Chair Stinger, Chair of the meeting. Hold on just one second. Okay, we have two hands raised. The first speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Go ahead, please, Aram.
I also have sending healing power to Stephen Lee, and I didn't know that Reverend Smith was ill, but same thing to him. So not included in your 2000 or your 2028 Can't Wait was a discussion about something that I want you to look at, something you can do something tangible about to investigate as the HRC moves forward on race, equity, and police reform in 2021. And that's the current and historical status of what I call a terrorist squad, and that's the Palo Alto Police Department's K-9 unit, not when they're being used in a rescue posture, but only when they're attacking actual human beings. I sent you all a memo this weekend about the city manager's report back in 2015. I had done a Public Records Act, and then I sent you a bunch of stuff from that time frame, and I apologize, it's been 15 years since we've looked at it. At that time, I asked to have records of the last 36 months. 9 out of 13 of the people, the individuals that had been attacked by this vicious canine team were people of color. I don't know what it is like today, but the issue came back up around January 29th when the Post reported that there had been an attack on an innocent Hispanic man in the city of Mountain View by a Palo Alto police dog with very serious injuries. I wrote a letter to the Post on the 1st and then on the 8th, calling first for the police chief to release the body worn cameras and give us information about that. I also called on DA Rosen to prosecute if appropriate. On the 8th, through a spokesperson, the spokesperson said it was an unfortunate incident, but not a crime. Rosen wouldn't speak at all, didn't speak at all. I've asked for him to resign because it's the same pattern when it involves Palo Alto police officers alleged to have been committed crime. Nothing's happening with Rosen, even though he's promised me personally and others that he was going to do more on the subject. So I'm fed up. 2022, he comes up for election. When you talk about police reform, you can't get it absent prosecution of bad cops. Cops blow it off. Hey, they're not going to prosecute. So, anyway, I'm working on Public Records Act on the K-9 issue so that I can provide you all the information, the current status of our K-9 unit. When did it come into existence? Where are the K-9s purchased from? How are they trained? Who uses them? How often do we attack them? Are they primarily used as Border Patrol dogs between Palo Alto and East Palo Alto historically? There's a lot to look at, and it's something that I want you all to really focus on as something beyond a Can't Wait. This is a terrorist unit in our department. Thank you.
Thank you, Aram.
Thank you, Aram. And now,
The next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, all. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First, I also want to share my healing thoughts and then my gratitude to Aram, who is bringing up an extraordinarily important topic. And I do hope you look into this, please. I'm here to speak about a topic that has never come before you. And that's because there's a misunderstanding in the community that this is not a human relations, or as what I think is more appropriately called, a social justice issue. But I'm here to say that there's a very urgent, huge social justice issue that's about to be decided by the City Council next month. And I urge you, I beg you to join me with speaking out against this. That is the expansion of Castellea. Now, you all may think, oh, what does it matter if a private school wants to expand? It wants to have a prettier campus. What's the big deal? This is the big deal. First is, it is not legal for them to grow on that plot. Any law, like any permit, any deviation from a permit, any conditional use permit, which is what Castellea is operating under in order to run a commercial operation called a school, and it doesn't matter that they're tax exempt, there's still a commercial operation that is running in a residential neighborhood because they have a permit called a conditional use permit. The law provides very clearly that conditional use permits cannot be provided to any organization, even as prestigious and potentially worthy as a private school like Castellea, unless there is a public benefit to giving that permit. In the case of Castellea, Castellea is not willing to offer any public benefits or any what we call mitigations. You know how Stanford provides these free shuttles all over Palo Alto? It doesn't do that because Stanford is generous. Stanford does that because it was legally required to do that in order to have its mega conditional use permits called its general use permits. And as part of that negotiation, Stanford was required to provide the Marguerite. It also is provided to keep a large number of its facilities on its campus open to the public. Because of bias, potentially, well, for whatever reason, both the City Council and especially the Planning Commission has basically not required or asked anything from Castellea. Castellea is going to open a school to 600, 500 something very, very wealthy young women, very wealthy because tuition is $55,000 a piece, and only 1 out of 5 students get any financial aid. $55,000 a student every year, post-tax. So it serves a wealthy student base, and it refuses to offer any scholarships to needy children in the neighborhood, any scholarships to children of color in excluded neighborhoods, or even open what it hopes to have is this Olympic high-tech swimming pool, or its underground parking garage that it plans to have located right on Bryant Street Boulevard, where children bike to and from school every day. Additionally, because Castellea doesn't pay taxes, it takes what would be tax producing revenue, 60, sorry, just let me finish this.
Rebecca.
I will finish up. Anyway, it takes 60 residential
Please,
lots
thank
off the
you.
market, never to deliver revenue to the city. It's going to cost our city potentially $1 billion. Please, please help me make Castellea provide mitigation so that it is paying its fair share to be here. Help me
Thank you,
provide that so
Rebecca.
our public schools can benefit. That's all. So public schools can benefit
you,
from this
Rebecca.
private school.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments.
Thank you for caring so much.
Oops.
Very good. Thank both of our oral communication speakers. And I am happy that the community feels welcome to come and join us in our monthly meetings. Moving on to the business section of our meeting, we have an abundance of wealth this month. We're going to begin with Tim Wong, the senior planner for the city of Palo Alto. He has a presentation on the housing element update and how the HRC can help getting the word out about applications to serve on the working group. Tim, can I turn it over to you?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Stinger. Good evening. My name is Tim Wong. I am a senior planner for the city of Palo Alto, and thank you for giving me the time to present about the housing element update working group. And if I can just go ahead and share my screen right now to the PowerPoint presentation. And just making sure, can everyone see the screen?
Yes, it looks great. If you want to go to slideshow from beginning, perfect.
Okay. So once again, thank you very much. I am here to talk about the Housing Element Working Group. And before I talk about the working group, I would like to give a brief introduction to what the housing element is. So a housing element is basically the city's strategic plan for housing to meet the housing needs of all its current and future residents. And it is a housing, the element is an element that requires state certification, and the state requires it to be updated every 8 years. And we're in the current cycle is from 2015 to 2023. And so the next cycle will be from 2023 to 2031. And as part of that update for the next 8 years, we're starting the process now. And one of those things is forming a working group. But before I get into the working group again, just wanted to touch some points about what a housing element entails. It has a housing needs analysis. In other words, what the city's population will need, and that includes special needs populations, the senior, and the general population in general also. A site inventory and analysis. Part of the housing element is a requirement that we have to meet what is a regional housing needs allocation. Basically, the state puts together a forecast into the future saying, due to population growth and all these factors, the city will need to provide or accommodate X amount of units for this 8-year cycle. And right now, the city is anticipating a allocation of approximately 6,000 units. So for this next 8-year cycle, we have to have sites that will accommodate 6,000 units. Housing constraints analysis is what constraints are in place, both governmental and non-governmental, that could hinder housing production, such as land costs or something along those lines. Housing program requirements. The housing programs are what will get the housing built potentially on those sites chosen. And lastly, this is a new requirement, affirmatively furthering fair housing, which this requirement is now required part of the housing element, in which look at social equity and racial equity issues, if you will, in part, while doing a site inventory, just to make sure that, for example, it's an extreme example, but not all the affordable housing, if you will, are in one area of the city, but equitably dispersed throughout the city. That could be an example of furthering fair housing, where there's equal access to housing throughout the city. And there are other more minor requirements, but these are the main requirements. And so, again, I mentioned that we're starting the update process. We're 2 years out, but this is a fairly hefty and comprehensive document. So as part of that, to encourage public participation, which is a integral part of the housing element, on February 1st, the council approved a working group for the housing element update. And so in terms of the working group composition, we're looking at a wide cross-section of all interested housing stakeholders. And I'll be going through some of these categories a little bit more in my presentation. But the working group will be about 15 members. That's what we recommended with 2 alternates. This, because of AFFH requirements, and also because of the city's efforts, there's a greater emphasis on racial inclusion and social equity for those members who will participate in the working group. For example, we will be looking at for persons who have previously been underrepresented in city functions in the past, city processes, whether that be persons of limited English proficiency, maybe youth or younger persons. In addition, for example, maybe greater inclusion of renters to be part of the working group composition. So we will be casting a wider net to look for members of the working group. And because we anticipate there'll be quite some demand to, if you will, to serve on the working group, that we'll be looking at members who might meet a number of different categories that we're looking for. And so speaking of categories, these are some of the categories that have been recommended to serve on the working group. Since affordable housing is a great, a portion of our RHNA has to be for affordable housing. So we're looking at an affordable housing developer, and you can see the categories that we have recommended. I'd like to point out an affordable housing resident or a renter. The city council at its February 1st meeting specifically said to have an unhoused or a formerly unhoused person on the working group. And again, looking at underrepresented populations. Other categories that we're looking for as part to serve in the working group are members of the business community, the faith community, maybe a design professional, and you could see human relations, public and planning and transportation commission, and realtors. Those little asterisks show that we had a working group for this current housing element, and we had a representative from the HRC. And for those who remember, it was Ray Bicchetti. And just a quick thing about the working group role, it will be an advisory body to the city council in which the working group will recommend new housing policy and programs. Again, we have to accommodate 6,000 units in the future. So look at appropriate housing sites and potentially other functions. And just like the HRC, it will be subject to Brown Act requirements. And we're anticipating that the working group will be meeting for have about 15 months of meetings through October of 2022. And lastly, this is the working group application schedule, in that we are looking for the widest, most diverse group of applicants for the city council. So right now, we will be having an outreach application period through March 5th. And the city council will be selecting the working group members at their April 5th meeting. And to get a copy or to be able to apply, you just need to go to this website, www.cityofpaloalto.org/HE update. That will take you to the city's housing element update website, and there'll be a online application. Right now, as we speak, it is live, and we have an English application, online application. As of tomorrow, there'll be a Spanish online application, and I'm hoping early next week to have a Chinese online application. In addition to, if for whatever reason, there won't, cannot do it online, there will be also fillable PDFs where they can download the application and mail it into the city. Again, before the March 5th deadline. In addition, we do have a flyer that would like to circulate, because understanding that each member of the HRC has deep ties to the community. So part of this presentation is that the HRC members could help the city spread the word about this working group. And if you have any potential candidates you can think of, or any persons you may think may be interested in serving on the working group, I strongly encourage you to forward this flyer. And actually, if I could just quickly stop sharing to show you the flyer and how that looks. So here is the application flyer. Let me reduce this a little. But here is our housing working group flyer. And as part of the flyer, let me reduce it just a tad more. Sorry, it's a little small, but we have hyperlinks again to the Housing Element website. So if you click on apply to serve, that will take you straight to the housing website where they will be able to, again, apply online. So that concludes my presentation. Again, thank you for the time to allow me to talk about the working group, and happy to answer any questions that the HRC may have.
Thank you, Tim. That is really a very exciting opportunity for people who want to get involved. I think you can really make a difference with the effort that you put into that. It's so important. Go around of questions, comments. Maybe I'll just surprise you and go the way it's on my screen to mix it up.
Sure.
Commissioner Savage, any questions for?
No, they've been a great presentation. Thank you. I'm good.
Commissioner Regier?
Hey, it is great. I had a couple of questions. When it's a working group, are they going to be really working on it, or are they just going to be given an opportunity to look at the plans that the city has done? Are they going to really be part of the decision making, or?
It is an advisory group, and so the working group will be tasked with preparing some housing policies and initial site selections before taking it to the city council to review and consider. So it is part of the entire planning process. The working group is part of, it won't be reviewing the end product, if you will. It will be preparing the product. And again, it'll meet on a monthly basis and focusing on different parts of the housing element. The beginning will be site selection, just because we'll have to do environmental review of those site selections as part of the approval process. But also the working group will be responsible for formulating housing program and policy also.
Okay, because I'm just kind of concerned, because sometimes I think that some plans that the city does and then we kind of endorse or whatever, like Mabel, for example, I think people around the community feel like they really, it wasn't a NIMBY thing. They just really felt that the city was not listening to them. And they didn't have, and then you take this safe parking lot. Now, you know, I mean, I'm just concerned about the process and how these meetings are going to be held and how they're going to be involved. So that's my only concern about us being on it, is I just want to know what the whole plan is. And how much time are these advisory committees going to have before they come to meetings? How much, you know, are they just going to be voting on two options and that's it? Are they going to be, you know what I'm saying, is how much involvement are they going to be able to have?
Well, as part of it, as part of the process, it may be looking at the current housing element to see what existing programs may be considered to transfer over.
Mhm.
Uh-oh, am I breaking up? Can
A
you
little
guys
bit.
hear me?
You're fine. No, that's,
You are
Okay.
breaking up a little bit, but
I apologize for
That's okay.
that. Is this better?
Mhm.
Okay, again, apologies. But the working group will be spending a total of 15 months preparing programs and in anticipation of it being in the administrative draft that will get the public review. So the working group will be on the foundation, if you will, of this housing element.
And then, thank you. And then I have one more question about clean climate, because I know that Josh Becker has a bill in about new buildings being processed, which is Bill 67, and there's nothing in your presentation about buildings and making it clean energy. I mean, is there any topics about that? Because I didn't see that part of your. You just.
I will say the housing element, it potentially could be one of those housing policies if the working group chooses about energy efficiency, but for the most part, the housing element is more about locating where the buildings or the housing will go versus about building requirements itself. One of the things we'll certainly be mindful of is vehicle miles traveled. We don't want to exacerbate traffic, but those are some of the things that will have to be considered when citing the housing.
Okay, so there's no thoughts about putting that part of the plan is making it energy efficient.
Well, that's at the discretion of the working group.
Okay. So, but I guess what I'm asking you is, that's a discretion of the working group, but I'm just saying is if you guys, if the city is planning the agendas and planning it, who would bring that up? Someone, I mean, who, if they're not getting guided from the city, that's a priority.
Well, in regards to the working group, how it worked previous is if a working group member had certain ideas or proposed programs, they could introduce it to the working group, and whether their working group chose to kind of move that program or thought forward, that was at the discretion of the working group.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking for leadership from the city in that regard. I mean, that's what I'm asking. Is,
okay. We will certainly. It
shouldn't be up to the working group. It should be, this is a policy that or not. But how are we moving forward as a city trying to work on climate, clean climate? Okay. And that should be a discussion when we're building new buildings. And that's my point, is I think that should be leadership, and I don't know where that should go. Because I know you're doing housing, but it's an integral part of the overall plan of what we want, our vision.
Thank you, Commissioner Rieger. This is Rachel Tanner, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. We will bring that to the City Council when we bring forward the ideas about the working group, and they can consider that.
Great. That's kind of wondering, like, where do we go? Thank you.
You're welcome.
thank you.
Thank you, Thank you both.
All right. Thank you, Rachel.
Good suggestion, Patty, Commissioner Regier. Commissioner DiTorell, did you have any comments or questions for your speaker?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair Stinger. Just a question in the category section, the Stanford was listed. So is that, I'd love to hear more about, is that just because a lot of folks who are working at Stanford are living in Palo Alto, so they're one of the stakeholders in this discussion?
And yes, that's part of it because of the the relationship that the city has with Stanford University. And as part of the February 1st meeting, the council also said to include a representative from the Stanford Research Park also, because again, the relationship between those two entities with the city.
Okay. Also, can you help me understand a little bit more? One of the new criteria that you mentioned, I was happy to hear in establishing the goals and the strategic plan is affirmatively furthering fair housing was, I think, what you said. And in mentioning the kind of wanting to have a real diverse composition, making sure that we have members who are representing the community, as well as trying to, so I would love to understand a little bit better actually what affirmatively furthering fair housing means. Because when I see affirmatively, I guess I go to this idea of like affirmative action and trying to correct things that haven't been going right in the past. And so can you help me understand if I'm misunderstanding that?
Sure. That is a more proactive approach in trying to, for example, conduct outreach that would target those underrepresented groups. Just not that Palo Alto, but in general, for example, if there is a group of limited English proficiency, and so one way to proactively reach out is to have notices in their language, for example, where previously maybe it hadn't been done before. So it's more of those proactive approaches, or actually more active outreach in trying to establish relationships with some of these groups. And so it's yeah, a little more affirmative, proactive in those regards. Yeah.
And so that's to ensure that we have folks on the working group, or is that also towards the plan of, looking at housing and planning for the next cycle?
It's certainly for planning for the next cycle, but that has those requirements, or that has kind of been folded into the working group also, but it's certainly for the plan itself.
Okay, so to have representatives on the working group so that we're able to accomplish the task of the next cycle and furthering fair housing.
Yes.
I know that you were just giving us examples and trying not to read everything on the slides, but I just wanted to inquire, given the current moment and what's going on, and given the City Council's resolution that Black Lives Matter, I'm wondering if there's anything at all in terms of looking at fair housing and accessibility of housing. Is that a specific point that is being looked at in terms of inclusion for the working group, as well as going forward, trying to make it so that we don't have a very, very low percentage of Black community in Palo Alto compared to the state numbers?
Well, in regards to fair housing, I think it is an ongoing effort in which the city contracts with Project Sentinel to ensure that, fair housing law is being met, but certainly to try to not guarantee, but integrate more fair housing requirements and a fair housing policy to better ensure that every group, if you will, has equal access to housing in Palo Alto is certainly one of those not requirement, but yes, a requirement, one of those themes that will be pervasive in the housing element.
Okay.
And if I may, Commissioner, I think one of the requirements that you noted, and that I think that Mr. Wong noted, is the requirement in the state of California to, through our housing element, affirmatively further fair housing, which does, as you suggested, mean that we are taking active steps through our policy to end segregation and to stop it, or to move towards more inclusive neighborhoods. And so that certainly is a charge for the housing element working group, as well as the staff, consultants. Really, the whole project needs to meet that standard in order for the state to accept our housing element and certify it.
Great, Thank you for explaining that.
Yes.
And then I had a final question, I guess. I was just thinking about, as a commissioner here, as a volunteer, I was wondering, if there's monthly meetings that are going to happen over the next, I can't find where I wrote down how long, but for some time. And we're trying to include folks. If this is a volunteer position similar to HRC, so folks are expected to volunteer their time to work on this working group. So I was just wondering if there's any, I guess that in some ways sort of cuts out part of the population of people in terms of people who are in a place where they're able to put their time forth with no cost. So I wondered if there was a way, or if this has ever been addressed before, how might we bring in folks who might have some really good contributions, but can't put however many hours a month towards doing this work?
Understood. As part of that, though, the working group there's still public meetings. The public is more than welcome to submit comments, speak at the meetings, what have you, because so that's another way that they can participate. Also, as we bring on our housing element consultant, they'll be releasing a survey, which we will also be advertising, in which maybe that household or that person can voice their opinion, their thoughts through the survey also. So along the entire process, there will be ample public participation opportunity.
Understood. Thank you for that. I guess I'll just end by saying that, and again, if this has been brought up before, I am new to the HRC, but this is just something that comes up for me as I think about people's lives in this area, and the busyness and the trying to get by and afford rents, and the privilege that it is to be able to serve on any kind of a working group or a commission, that it sort of leaves out some of the folks who might be able to participate if there was some sort of support. And I don't know that that's the city's role. I feel it's important to mention that.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that's all my comments, and I look forward to getting the word out. So thanks for letting us know about that flyer so that we can let folks know.
Sure.
I was going to make some comments,
Okay.
but I will
Go ahead.
Commissioner Regier, if you had a
I was just going to, sorry. I was just going to say that that's part of what I feel that my role is, Mr. Terrell, is that I've been in the community a lot, and before I make statements, I usually do a lot of research, and I've heard all these stories. And so I think that, not that we could speak, because some people aren't going to can't because they're working or not working, they're just too much. But I think that's part of our role, is to really listen to the community and bring what we've heard to the commission, and also, not that we represent them, but just to hear them. And that's what I think of my role is that if I was on that, I would listen to lots of people, and that's kind of what I've done before I became. I mean, I don't know if that would help, but that's all.
I think.
Understood. Thank you.
Good question. Good answer. I would look maybe to our priority of housing in the coming year, or the 15 months particularly, that are focused, to think about times when the working group was taking on an issue that might need more comment. There might be a way that we could either do a survey or do some interviews to make sure that that input was received by the working group, if we felt that the membership could not represent it adequately. So I wanted to take my few minutes to make some comments, a little bit on content and a little bit on process. Is there a place in the housing element that we might look at senior housing? And I was thinking of it in terms of a problem that I know has existed at Stanford, where there's not enough small units for people to downsize into and free up first homes, family homes. Prop 13 becomes an issue. As a senior, I might choose to stay in my home because there's nothing attractive for me to move into, or I might stay in my home because Prop 13 makes it more advantageous to stay in my home. So that there's some thought given. Is there a place to give some thought to people who want to stay in Palo Alto and be able to downsize successfully, comfortably? Would that fit in one of the categories?
That could be, well, in the housing element, they do talk about one of the things that needs to be analyzed is housing needs for seniors. And so that will be addressed in the housing element. And then certainly programs will be developed if there's found to be a need about how to address that issue. And maybe one way is what you've just proposed, this ability to move from a larger home to a smaller home for seniors.
I thought it could fit there, but I was curious if that was meant to be senior housing. And so I just wanted to open up that discussion. In terms of process, so the consultant, is there going to be a consultant on board?
Yes, we're in the process of finalizing a contract with a consultant.
Will the scope of work be determined by the staff or the council or the working group?
It's being determined by the staff.
I would add, though, the council has to approve the contract, which would contain the scope. So ultimately, the council is the decision maker regarding the city entering into that contract.
So if the working group had some additional questions that they would be precluded, or?
Well, certainly it depends on the nature of the questions or the work, but the work is somewhat prescriptive in terms of what does the housing element need to provide, and then what do we think through the council our community might need in addition. So there's certainly the state required elements of the housing element, such as the looking at the senior housing that Mr. Wong just described. And so it really would depend on what the question is and if that would fit into the existing scope or if the cost of that would preclude us from being able to answer that question to the consultant or if there's other means. So we are working on a timeline that is pretty tight. It has to be completed by the end of next year. And we have some certain constraints, including cost and budget, that would limit us from straying too far from the scope that's ultimately entered into.
That's great. And do you have an estimate of how many hours outside of the monthly meetings the people have worked in the past?
For the working group members themselves?
Yes.
Mr. Wong, do you want to answer that?
Sure. We're anticipating that working group members, in addition to meeting monthly, and we're looking at approximately 3 hours per meeting. So there's the 45 hours, plus there might be some additional prep work or research needed by the working group. So that's a rough estimate of the number of hours.
I think maybe we do not need to have another round. If I'm incorrect, please let me know. Otherwise, I'd like to say, I think this is a really exciting opportunity, and I look forward to sharing it with the community. I wonder maybe if some of our commissioners wanted to submit an application, would that be appropriate?
I think Mr. Wong may be frozen, so I'll step in and say that yes, that would certainly be appropriate for any commissioners to apply. And I would just add that if you know folks who would be great to promote, if they're kind of hesitant, I don't know, we'd love to speak with them on the phone or talk with them and persuade them to apply. So certainly please let us know so we can make that human connection to folks that you all know who you think would be really great, but may have some hesitancy about joining a group like this. They don't need prior experience. They don't need to have been on another committee. We really want to be inclusive in this process.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm really excited about the opportunity, and we will follow the progress and hope that we can help in some way. Yes, Commissioner Begier.
Commissioner.
Zoom? So I'm wondering, I've heard that people are having a hard time with Zoom. And I'm wondering if there's a possibility to get subtitle, like titles, what's the word? Options for people that can't
Yeah,
hear.
we're looking into that, Commissioner, and we will report back at the next
Okay.
meeting, but thank
Okay.
you for that reminder.
Thank you.
I think I'd like to thank Rachel Tanner and Tim Wong, and we'll do our best to channel good people your way.
Okay,
And-
well, thank you very much. And thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Great. We do
Oh.
have 3 oral communications, Chair Stinger.
Okay, is it appropriate I let this discussion go on considerably beyond our agenda time? Can I make this a 2-minute comment period?
You can, that's within your discretion. We'll just have to have Mary take a minute to
Yeah,
adjust
I
the
have to
clock.
change my clock. Hold on one moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe we can call the speakers, the order.
It flips on my screen once the clock comes on, so I'd like to wait till Mary
Got
does so before we do that, because then I sometimes accidentally disable the talking when it's making the flip to the other screen. So hold on just a second, please.
My apologies to the
Okay.
oral comments.
That is not a problem. So we have 3 speakers, Rebecca Eisenberg to be followed by Kevin Ma and Aram James. Rebecca, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Now I have to talk really, really fast. So first of all, given that you just talked about the need to include underrepresented voices, I'm fairly unhappy that you, for no reason whatsoever, you decided to deprive the community of 1/3 of their speaking time. One way to include the community better is to let them speak for more than 2 minutes. Here I go trying to get through a point. Let's see if you were able to make a point in 2 minutes. I want to answer some questions because they weren't answered correctly. So here I go. Why is Stanford included? Stanford is included because it's the largest landowner in the area. Stanford Research Park is included because many people on city council have hopes of putting housing on Stanford Research Park. So because that's on the list, I invite you to also put the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, as well as Hewlett-Packard. Because as I've been saying for many, many years, Stanford Research Park sits on one of the largest toxic waste dumps in the whole world, the HP Superfund site. And housing cannot go on that site as a matter of law until and unless that contamination is cleaned up. So great, let's have that cleaned up. I want to answer Commissioner DeTorrell's question about how to include underrepresented groups. First, I want to say that speaking for to have like white wealthy people speak for underrepresented people and people of limited means is offensive. It's what is constantly happening in our government. I've watched dozens of planning commission meetings talk about tenants, and there's been 0 tenants on that body and that commission for years. I am a tenant. I also want to point out that half of Palo Alto are tenants. Half of that commission at least should be tenants. Oh, to answer DeTorrell's question, here's how to include people with limited means. Provide transit, provide childcare, provide meals, provide stipends. This is why I favor publicly funded elections and why I favor having all these jobs be paid. One last thing, please, because you should have given me 3 minutes. The last thing I want to say is that there's an important problem here, and that is that if you want to create a group that is about housing, you can't have you have to make sure that your incentives are aligned. Please don't have a group have landlord representatives if you're having a group that is for tenants or a group that is for housing. Stanford Research Park, Stanford, and landlords and commercial developers have no right to be on these groups. It is like having a meeting for mice and letting the cats vote on what happens to the mice. I'm happy
Thank
to
you,
explain
Rebecca.
better. Thank you very much for considering and fixing this.
The next speaker is Kevin Ma. Kevin, go ahead, please.
Evening, commissioners. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm a renter in the Ventura neighborhood. I'd like to thank the city for giving this opportunity for the general public to guide the direction that this city will look like in the next 8 years. I will make a note that this flyer that was given out today doesn't really explain what the element itself is, right? It says, are you interested in housing? But without more details, people might think it's like only for developers or maybe only for people who work in the industry, rather than like, come on, join us, provide input saying where housing should be placed, because at the end of the day, the housing element is basically just a vacancy question saying what lots are available for upzoning, what lots should be designed so that we can actually build things to make them pencil out, because Palo Alto honestly has been not doing so well in its goals for the past many years. And I would like to see the city and HRC do greater outreach to the community. I believe the HRC is currently doing outreach for the race and equity work it's doing. Maybe we should merge the two outreaches a bit, because we do need to make sure that this commission is representative of all sides of this population. And honestly, city outreach is not that great. So I would like to see maybe targeted outreach to groups like Life Moves or the PTA or the schools to make sure that we disseminate this information as far as we can, because the decisions that this body will make, that city council and PDC will review, will have impacts on the city. And the major impact the city has is the housing crisis that everyone complains in every generation. And we need to get our act together. Otherwise, we'll be back here 8 years and nothing's really changed, and the housing is as bad as it usually is. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. The last speaker is Aram James. Go ahead, please.
Chair Stinger, when I started speaking on agenda items, it was 5 minutes. Then it went to 3. Tonight it's 2. Please, on the rest of the items, let's leave it at least at 3 minutes. Is Rachel Tanner and Mr. Wong still here? Are they still here?
Yes, they are. They can hear your comments. Go ahead, please.
And, Molly Stump suggests that it's appropriate within the time frame that you have for them to answer questions. My question would be, Ms. Tanner mentioned part of the housing element thing is to end segregation. And I think that would be compelling. How do we do that, though? One of the things is I'd like to draw Mr. Wong and Rachel Tanner's attention to AB 31. We now have the only commission in the state on reparations, a reparations law that was signed by Gavin Newsom on September 30th. And I do want to see the idea of reparations woven into the to the housing element. Could they answer that question for me, please? Either one of them? Are they familiar with AB 3121, and will they take a look at that in terms of trying to end the segregation aspect of gentrification in Palo Alto and a low percentage of African Americans here? Is that a yes? Somebody who's going to speak up? Hello?
I cannot see who's on the call still, Aram, because I have the clock up. So if they are no longer on the call, we will get this part of the tape for them to listen to.
That would be great.
Ms.
So
Braga, we only respond at the will of the chair. So my understanding is public comment is usually not a back and forth. So we would look for the chair to direct us to respond.
okay, well, I talked to Molly Stump directly, and at a meeting, at a city council meeting, she said there is flexibility in the Brown Act that allows that. So I'm asking if Ms. Tanner could, or Mr. Wong could at least answer whether they're looking at AB 3121 as part of the process here to end segregation and to affirmatively bring a 20% of all housing to African Americans. So
Thank you, Aram.
So will I get an answer? I'm not understanding.
We will check with the chair after public comment time. So thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for the public comment. There were 2 questions. One was, will they be looking at reparations, and will they be looking at a specific level of reparation? Rachel Tanner, if you're comfortable or not. Rachel, would you take the first question?
Certainly. If anything from the commission that has been commissioned by the governor and the state legislature to look at reparations came out that we could use, we would certainly follow that. We don't have a separate effort here locally to investigate reparations. So we would need to see what that commission determines. And if it was during the time of the housing element and could impact us, we could take a look at that.
All right. Thank you very much for that answer. This is on as a discussion element, and so we really can't have an action item come out of this. Perhaps when we're looking at our the debrief on the retreat, I might add an element to that where we have an action item. But now I would like truly to move on to item 2, presentation regarding policy development for renter protection measures. I'd like to introduce Lauren Bigelow, and thank you so much for waiting, Lauren. Lauren is the fellow in our planning department who's looking at the Partnership for the Bay's Future. She gave this presentation to Planning and Transportation, and we felt it was important for the HRC to hear and give comment as well. Lauren, please, thank you.
Rachel, did you want to say anything before Okay. I'm guessing that you said I'm fine because you're still on mute.
Sorry there. I was saying that you can go ahead and get started. That was a great introduction, and I'm here along with Ms. Bigelow to answer any questions that the commission and public may have.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this evening. My name is Lauren Bigelow, and I am the Partnership for the Bay's Future Fellow placed with the City of Palo Alto. Let me just queue up this presentation. Okay. There we go, and play from the current slide. Thank you for having patience with my play-by-play. I appreciate you. This is a presentation on the renter profile and renter protections in Palo Alto. Tonight, I will be specifically focusing in on the profile of who the renters are in Palo Alto and what they're renting, as well as talking about some of the renter protections that impact Palo Altans and what potential protections the city could pursue. And that's kind of just a recap of why we're here, is to talk about my fellowship and talk about some data regarding renters and policies we're exploring. So a little bit of background. On September 10th in 2018, council members Koo and Du Bois introduced a colleagues memo regarding the need to review Palo Alto's existing protections and what neighboring jurisdictions were doing to protect their renters. In August of 2019, city staff submitted an application to Partnership for the Bay's Future, which I will occasionally refer to as PBF or the Partnership. Their thought process was that the Planning and Development Department had been operating with some staff vacancies and lacked the policy expertise to make much headway. So the challenge grant's programmatic design was such that while participating jurisdictions didn't get extra funds, they were loaned a mid-career fellow for 2 years to advance tenant protection policy. In Palo Alto's case, this was the answer to how renter protections could be thoughtfully addressed. On February 4th, 2020, the city of Palo Alto was notified that it had successfully competed for the challenge grant and would therefore be awarded a fellow for 2 years. And on March 16th, 2020, 3 hours before the governor announced shelter in place, I showed up to work for my first day. So the Partnership for the Bay's Future Challenge Grant Fellowship is all about building an inclusive, vibrant, and livable Bay Area. It was established in early 2019, and its multi-pronged approach that the partnership advocates for is because they understand that the housing crisis is a large problem and is decades in the making. So there will be no one silver bullet solution to fix everything. There is a regional push to recognize the 3 Ps, which are better understood as production, preservation, and protection of affordable housing as the approach to take. So while the fellowship itself assists jurisdictions in the creation of policy, another arm of PBF works on development and production of affordable housing. There's also an emphasis on the notion that no one city should shoulder the burden of the housing crisis alone. We are all in this together, and this should be addressed as a regional issue. Because of this, the 7 fellows communicate constantly about what we're working on and what best practices we're seeing. The fellowship is being managed by PolicyLink, which is a racial equity think tank based out of Oakland that was started over 20 years ago by Angela Glover Blackwell. Blackwell has fought for inclusion and the protection of the most vulnerable, which is the ethos that the fellows bring to their work within the jurisdictions. The support of several large philanthropic organizations like the San Francisco Foundation, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, the Ford Foundation, and Silicon Valley Community Foundation help push the work forward. Recognizable names like Facebook, Genentech, and Kaiser Permanente are involved as well. There are currently approximately $500 million that have been fundraised for this initiative. And that's really what PBF is and why I'm here. Now, for the really interesting stuff, I think I'm a little biased, which is information about Palo Altans. So the profile of Palo Alto rental housing and Palo Alto renters is that according to American Community Survey, or ACS data, there are 26,212 occupied household units in Palo Alto. Of those, 11,764 units are rental units. 14,448 are owner-occupied housing units. This means that 45% of the housing stock is occupied by renters in Palo Alto. ACS data also says that the average number of residents per residential unit is 2.55. So based on that number, we can estimate that there are about 29,998 renters and approximately 36,842 owners in Palo Alto. And to understand the renters in Palo Alto, we must first understand that which can be rented by Palo Altans. So we just talked about the fact that there are 11,764 rental units in the city of Palo Alto. As you can see here, more than a quarter of the renters in Palo Alto are renting single-family homes for their households. This is a little unusual for a community, and it also makes them, the renters, a little bit more difficult to engage with because their rental units are harder to identify. About 10% of the population rents duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes. Small and medium-sized apartment complexes between 5 to 49 units make up a quarter of the rental housing stock, and 22% of the rental units are located at apartment complexes of 50 units or more. There's a lot of information on this slide, so I'm gonna go over it a little bit, the table for you. So affordable housing rental serves households from 30% of area median income to 50% of area median income, which is what is notated as AMI on this table. The HH in the far left corner on my screen, I think it's on your screen as well, is how many members of a household there are. So the number of people that exist in that household. ELI, VLI, LI are extremely low income, very low income, and then median is 100%. So inclusionary zoning units serve people in households making between 50 to 80% of area median income traditionally, and the AMI for a household of 4 in Santa Clara County is $141,600 in 2019. So a household of 4 at 50% of area median income would be $78,950. The rental housing households by income brackets. If you reference the staff report, you'll see that 39% of the households are making more than $150,000 a year. And we've notated these income groups by portions of $50,000. So there's also 100,000 to 150 and 50,000 to 100,000, and they're the less than $50,000. What I find interesting is that 27% of renter household units, renter households are making less than $50,000. So why is that important at all? What people make is important because HUD, the US Department of Housing and Urban Development, has said that anyone spending more than 30% of their income is cost burdened and the rent is unaffordable. So you can see here in this chart, we have the percent of cost burden units per income tier, and the income tiers are listed to the far left. And then we have the total units on the bottom line there, the total percent of renter units, which gives us an average of how many of what percent of the renter households are cost burdened in all of the units in Palo Alto. So what we really care about is how many of those Palo Altans are spending more than that 30% that we talked about. And that average, as is noted on the bottom line of that table there, says that's 37%, which is more than a third. If you'll look at the last column, you'll see that only 17% of households making more than $75,000 a year are cost burdened, while between 73 to 90% of households making less than $75,000 a year are cost burdened. So that's a little bit about who the renters are, and there are some protections that exist right now in the city of Palo Alto, and I've outlined them here. So the Palo Alto Mediation Program, I do not need to tell you guys at all about, because you guys started that program. 1-year leases are something that landlords should be offering to tenants, and tenant relocation assistance also applies to renter properties that have more than 50 units in them. So about 22% of the population of those properties. There are also several different levels of eviction moratoriums that cover Palo Altans during COVID-19, beginning with our eviction moratorium, which is tied to the local state of emergency, and Santa Clara County's eviction moratorium, which may be expiring soon because the governor signed in AB 3088 on August 31st, 2020, and has also moved forward with SB 91 as an extension of AB 3088. And because the CDC was also concerned about how people being evicted could impact the spread of COVID-19, they issued a national eviction moratorium. And that has also been extended through the current administration. So, as I mentioned, Governor Newsom signed the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, also referred to as AB 1482, into law, and it went into effect on January 1st of 2020. What does that mean? Some big takeaways are that there are several common rental protection laws that are folded into it. So there is an anti-rent gouging protection, which means that the rent increases are capped at 5% plus the rate of inflation. So there's a maximum of 10% increases annually. And also just cause protections that cover the entire state. And just cause evictions are sometimes a little tricky to understand. So to explain them a little bit further, just cause evictions are split into at fault and no fault cases. And at fault eviction causes are based on the actions or activities of the renter that fall within the scope of permissible reasons under the law. For example, non-payment of rent or breaking a lease. No fault evictions causes are when the eviction is not based on the actions of the renter, but rather due to the owner's actions or the owner's compliance with a government entity. So for example, if an owner intended to occupy or substantially remodel that unit. However, while the governor passed this law, the state does not supply funds for implementation, and so local municipalities are responsible for designing implementation that best suits their community. This means that the burden is placed on the tenants to implement and understand their rights. And because we are interested in renter protection policies at the behest of the council, as well as for protecting our most vulnerable citizens, some potential policies that we're looking at right now are a rent registry, which would provide us with data about what rents are and how much they're being increased, so we can track that anti-gouging cap, and also how many evictions there are actually happening. Right to counsel is about the tenant's ability to obtain legal counsel, and the fact that 98% of tenants do not have legal representation when they go to court. A fair eviction framework is really about the eviction moratoriums, and when those end, what do we consider fair reasons for people to lose their homes and to be evicted? Security deposit limits, all of us are aware of the fact that Palo Alto is a remarkably pricey town to live in. And when you're paying first and last month's rent just to get access to a property, it can be cost prohibitive. And so we're also thinking about security deposit limits. And then, as I mentioned before, the tenant relocation assistance updates. If we do have tenant relocation assistance right now, and right now it only applies to 22% of those renter units, which are properties that have 50 renter units or more. So there's a lot here that we can explore, but we want to make sure that we are centering the needs of the renter community, particularly those of low-income families and renters of color. So where do we go from here? My job is to continue analyzing the renter protection policies and to continue outreach to the renter community to better understand the needs of Palo Alto renters. And it is our hope to return to the Planning and Transportation Commission and Council with proposed renter protection policies and analysis in late spring, early summer this year. So I'm really, really interested in what surprises you about what was discussed today. And I also want to know how engaged you are with the renter community and what are your ideas regarding renter outreach? Because as I mentioned before, a significant portion are in single family homes and that makes them a little difficult to identify. So I would love ideas on how to further engage with the community and hear about what the needs are so that we can really center those needs when we create a policy to present to City Council. And this is my contact information. And I do want to mention that we have a couple of upcoming engagements. One, we designed a renter resource portal on the website so that people could have a place to go to further understand what resources are out there to help them. It includes several webinars, several links to local providers of assistance, like Life Moves and Alta Housing. And Alta Housing is hosting an affordable housing webinar next Thursday at 6 p.m. To discuss what affordable housing is. Yes, it exists in Palo Alto, and how do you go about getting it? And like I said, this is my contact information. I would love to hear from you now.
Lauren, this is Philip from Life Moves. Can you hear me?
Hi, Philip. Wonderful to hear your voice again.
Same to you. Thank you. That your presentation is very profound. Thank you very much. One thing that came to mind was that when you mentioned the fact that the rental deposits that property owners were collecting the first and last month's rents are very astronomical, because some of these low-income folks who are applying for these units cannot even come up with those amounts of money. But what we have found over the years is that some landlords even refuse to take those deposits from organizations like us, because they think that if the tenant is not able to come up with that money or that fund from their own pocket, then who can guarantee that they'll be able to pay their rent moving forward? And that has really displaced some people who otherwise would be able to pay their rent. Some landlords have flatly refused to take some of those deposits from us because they don't think that the renters will be able to continue paying their rent. And so that is an area that I think the city or your organization should look into to make sure that landlords are able to take rental assistance from nonprofit organizations like us. We do not have those problems with Alta Housing or the Palo Alto Housing Corporation, Kate Young's group. It's mostly the private landlords. And so that's my my take.
Thank you, Philip. That's super interesting. Chair Stinger, how would you like to engage at this point?
Well, what I would like to do is ask if there's any public comment and then turn it over to the commission.
Okay, so Mary, if you could get the timer on the screen, and then I will work with public comment. I see one hand at this point, so I will wait till Mary gets the screen on. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on just one second. Okay, I see one hand. It's Kevin Ma. Kevin, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hello again, commissioners. My name is Kevin Ma, Venture Renter. It's been a long time due that Palo Alto has given some thought about the 45% of its population that are renters. The memo that brought this up in the first place happened 2 years ago, mainly because of what happened at the President's Hotel, which is not really the greatest way to start a discussion. Honestly, the city has not really done much to help renters. The state, in fact, did more once they passed AB 1482, as well as the eviction moratorium now, to actually make sure that renters have greater stability, because we know that with the valley and its high housing prices, and that translates to high rentals, people have been displaced out because they couldn't make rent, because before 2018, you could charge a person 15% chain rent increase, and there's nothing you could do about it. You would just have to move out. As you saw in the chart about income demographics, that there's a 39% that are have an income greater than 150,000. That's a result of just us not having enough housing options. The only way to stay in this city is basically to either make a ton of money or to continue renting, and which inherently reduces the amount of stock available for those who are of lower income. Otherwise, you translate saying, like, if you're rich, you should move elsewhere in the area to, like, I don't know, Redwood City, which would also displace people there, because obviously once you start merging the rental and housing markets, the people who don't have enough money lose out. Basically, the city will be just saying a message to our lower income people like, we like you as an employee. We don't want you to live here because you just don't earn the 6 or 7 figure salary that's required, or you weren't lucky enough to buy a house 40 years ago. And that has to be addressed. Otherwise, we're just saying, just move to San Jose, move to Manteca, move to Sacramento, and commute the 2-3 hours. So I would like the city to actually put some action into its place, making sure that the tenant relocation assistance program actually works for a majority of renters, making sure that right to counsel is actually done, because to be fair, mediation doesn't really work if your landlord is just willing to just jack up your rent and throw you out to the curb despite this pandemic. And we should be very strong about how much we want to make sure that community doesn't just become a retirement home. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. The next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Aram James. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us 3 minutes. So Lauren, it's great to see your presentation. I've seen it before, and I did make some comments about it then, and I'm making them again now. I hope you're still here, and I hope you hear me. First of all, you said that it's very difficult to reach the renters in the single family homes. I am a renter in a single family homes, and I told you then, and I'm going to repeat to you now how to find them. The Palo Alto Unified School District. In fact, the PAUSD keeps much, much more accurate and up-to-date data on who rents and how many people rent than the American Community Survey. According to the Palo Alto School District's most recent numbers, as many as 70 to 80% of Palo Alto Unified School District children rent. That is as high as 80% of all of the kids in our public schools, like mine, rent their homes. That is extraordinarily unusual. And as to the percentage of people who are using 30% as the rent, as the cost burden, it's a lot higher than 37%. I'm an attorney. I have been one for 30 years, as is my husband. We are among that cost burdened group. It costs a lot to rent here. I also want to talk about your numbers. Actually, if you look at the American Community Survey actual results, and the census numbers actually kind of filled in some of these dots, the number of renters is actually higher than what you described, because you're not considering the approximately 5 or as high as 10% of all of our homes that are vacant. So it's something like 40 to 45% or higher, actually 40 to 45% of the homes are occupied by their owners. 45% are occupied by renters and the rest are vacant. And that's a big problem. So now I want to get into what you propose as your solutions. I've been involved in legal support of tenants and legal changes with regard to housing for decades. And you didn't really have any of what I've seen to be the most effective changes. First of all, there needs to be meaningful limits on rent increases. 10% is just much higher than market. Salaries have not gone up in a decade. For my rent, I mean, I'm not even going to tell you how much 10% every year would mean. It's just horrifying. It has to be lower than that. Second of all, there needs to be a tenant union. Third of all, there needs to be actual enforcement of these ghost houses, which is what I'm talking about, these empty houses. The zoning code requires that homes that are zoned for residences be used for residential purposes, and that means they can't just be used to park money. Fourth, we need to be serious about a law against taking homes off the market. We saw that with President Hotel. We saw that with, it's about to happen with Castellea. We saw Mark Zuckerberg take 10 homes off the market. In every other city, it's illegal and it's enforced. And we need to do that.
But I'm going to ask you that.
There's hardly any speakers. Why do you have to do that? Jesus.
Sorry, I know that's.
The next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Mitch Mankin. Aram, go ahead, please.
So Lauren, these are rhetorical questions, but next month we're going to be talking about safe parking programs and how that component, how that piece works with the renter piece. Palo Alto has proposed what I call the stingiest renter program in the nation. I hope you sit in. Ms. Tanner's going to be presenting information next month, but she's hamstrung by people above her. They actually want the churches to do the work. And the churches aren't set up to do that, to have caseworkers and do all of the things necessary to move people into solid renting things. They're not set up. And I've worked on this issue since 2011 with a group called Stop the Ban and with Stanford students, et cetera, et cetera. The city council just in the last month or two has said, look, maybe we're going to fund safe parking programs more robustly. And I think an advocate like yourself, who already carries cred with the city council, it would be a great thing if you could advocate and say, look, there is a connection between getting people into safe parking programs. And of course, the program that we look to most is the Santa Barbara Safe Parking Program that's been around for a lot of years, very successful. It's not funded by the churches. It's funded by the county. It's funded by grants. It's funded by the state. In Palo Alto, I just don't think they want low income people there. So they keep resisting the safe parking program. So I'm asking you to do that, to reach out to the city council and of course attend Ms. Tanner's talk next week, critique it. I mean, give her some honest feedback. She needs that because like I said, she's not able to make the independent decisions on this. She wrote me a letter to that fact. It's up to the council to do the funding and make those component parts, not somebody on staff. Have you visited the safe parking program and seen all the successes that have come out of it in Santa Barbara? They have many parking lots. They have all women's parking group. They have lots of stuff. You can't drink, you can't smoke, you can't do fires. You get put out if you don't have a registered car. I mean, it's an extraordinary program, a national model that Palo Alto and the reason we went to Santa Barbara, myself and Chuck Gigotta, who was an unhoused person and should be called on these issues. He's now housed, but we need experts on the other side and simply not just the city regurgitating that they're going to give it to these small churches that just can't do it. They've proven over and over again. They don't have the money or the ability. So I would like you to, advocate for the renters and through the safe parking program as you move forward. Speak out, learn as much as you can. Go down to Santa Barbara, visit their program, look at their percentage of the people that they move out of housing, that situation into housing. Thank you for your time and your talk.
Thank you, Aram. Our last speaker is Mitch Mankin. Mitch, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, please.
Great. My name is Mitch Mankin. I'm speaking tonight for Silicon Valley at Home, the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. I wanted to thank Lauren for the thorough presentation, and thank you to the HRC for taking the time to address this important issue. Really a lens that we're looking at this through is that renter protections are racial equity. The renter population in the county, and presumably in Palo Alto as well, is disproportionately minority. And these renters are a very important part of our community, a significant part that deserve protection. We've heard Palo Alto is about 45% renters, and that the Palo Altans in the school district are a higher percent than that, 70 to 80%. And that all the folks who are making under $75,000, 73 to 89% of them are cost burdened. So there's clearly a lot of help needed here. As the presentation signaled, it's difficult to contact a lot of this renter population. There's a lot of outreach needed. This is always true on any issue in the city, but especially for folks who haven't historically been addressed by the process. I'm sure the HRC's connections in the community can help with that and get renters plugged into the process. So I just urge you to participate in that piece of it as well. Thank you once again for talking about this important issue, and we'll be engaged in this going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mitch. That was our last speaker. I'm turning it back to you, Chair Stinger.
Great, thank you to the public speakers, Rebecca, Stephen, and Kevin. Commissioners, responses to Lauren's questions. Why don't I go around my screen in the reverse order? Commissioner Regier, do you have any responses to Lauren's question?
Yeah, when she was asking who can we reach out to, your presentation was very lovely. Thank you, Lauren. I was thinking when I was doing calling agencies during the COVID time, like what they needed, one of the things that they were saying, especially with, I can't remember the group, but it was a legal aid in San Jose that deals with seniors, and also Meals on Wheels. Those would be two organizations because they have direct income going to the people's homes. And because what's happening is that during COVID time and people's economic things, people have taken more people in sometimes to help pay the rent. And so these renters might be different. And then your question was who have we had contact with and what I found, during this time, there were some people that were being evicted and they did not want it. They were embarrassed. They didn't want they were so embarrassed. And so that's one thing that I feel really proud of is that Joseph Midian's office and I worked together so that a couple of people weren't, because people are, especially if they have children, they're very embarrassed. And then it also doesn't, I also have, I think we need, instead of housing, I think it's really important, but we have to think about the housing, the people that we do have here. What I hear from the students, especially if the families moved here because of schools, because of our school, they're all living in a garage in Palo Alto because of the schools. And I think that we as a Human Relations Commission can't control, we can help in that regard, is how do we help the people that are living in their cars? They are housed, but they're living in their cars. And I guess that's the part that, how do we support them as a Human Relations Commission is what I'm, and how do we work with different agencies? So I think that those are the tools. I think that you could talk to the agencies that work with renters in regards to.
Chair Stinger, can I respond?
Please, Lauren.
So a little bit more about me was that prior to this position, I spent 4 years with Alta Housing as the below market rate administrator. And so I am very much aware of a lot of things that are going on in the renter community. And I love your ideas about talking to Meals on Wheels. I think that's really, really smart and something that I hadn't thought about. And I agree that one of the difficulties about getting eviction data is that so many people have there's a stigma around it. And so it's really difficult to talk about, and it's really difficult to bring forward to city council people that you've elected and involve them in that process. And so part of what I'm trying to do here is to strengthen the ties between city council and the renter community and the city as well, so that we can really start having the kind of relationship where people feel empowered to step forward and talk about what their rights are, what their rights need to be, and real pain points that they're suffering so that we can speak to those.
And then I was going to say one more point, though. I think that we all have to be, I mean, my background is community organizing, and I've been arrested a couple of times and I'm guessing it's when people are really hurting and when people, they will come out, and they will come out. And so I think that it takes, if we really want, it takes that ability to get people out. And and it takes time and it takes skill. And so I think that people's hearts might be in the same place, but I don't think necessarily slamming the city council is, because that's not what their skill level is. That is not their skill level to organize. And I guess that's my point, is that I think that if the city really wants to, then they have to listen to varieties of people and just asking people to come out and outreach is not enough, because people aren't going to leave their home, leave their children to go to another long, lengthy meeting. They will come out when there's a real need, when they feel like there's going to be something that's really taken care of. So I want to thank you.
And we're trying to make things as accessible as humanly possible, because, as you mentioned before, childcare is always an issue, especially during a pandemic. Food, the Nod to Meals on Wheels, these are all things that are concerns. Even timing and length of meetings, these are things that we try to take into account when we're doing outreach, so that we can really be mindful of people's time and the fact that they're doing us a favor by including us in their process and their story.
Thank you. Good. Thank you, Commissioner Regier, and thank you for the response. Commissioner Savage, any response to the questions that were asked?
Yeah, well, regarding affordable housing being at 14% of the rental stock, I'm just wondering, how does that compare to, say, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? How are we, are we doing better, the same? Where are we at?
Great question. And so one of my favorite things about Palo Alto is that in the 70s, the city of Palo Alto actually started the inclusionary zoning program that was the first in the nation. And so they were really progressive. And there are 237 units in the below market rate ownership program, and there are around 250 in the renter program, and there are about 1,600 units total that fall under the umbrella of affordable housing, whether that is at 100% affordable property or BMR property. And how it has compared, Maybell was mentioned earlier, that was a difficulty. Also, I think that Wilton Court is something that the city just put significant funding and backing towards, because they're really committed to making affordable housing happening again. There has not been any BMR ownership units that were added to that inventory for the last, I think, 12 years. And I think that prior to Wilton Court, I think the numbers were that the last affordable housing that was built was around 2011. So it's been about a decade, I think. But Rachel, please correct me if I'm wrong.
I wanted to understand, Commissioner Savage, if your question was about how our percentage maybe has gone up or just the overall units up or down kind of over time. Is that?
Well, a little bit of both, really.
Yeah, so I think Lauren pretty succinctly summarized kind of where we've been and where we are. Some things that could change that as we go in the future. Obviously, Wilton Court is being constructed now. So when that's online, that will increase the number of units that we have. Certainly in terms of when we have new housing that's constructed, we just approved the entitlements for planning for 102 units on San Antonio Avenue. And so when those come online and the affordable units that are part of that program, certainly one of the things that the council has asked the planning department to do is to do what's called the Palmer fix. And that's so to ensure that instead of only for sale developments having on-site below market rate units, that's also extended to rental units. And so that we see more units get constructed when someone's building a for rental housing development, that there's also affordable units constructed there. In addition, council's directed us last year to look at some ways we can adjust some of our standards to promote more affordable housing being constructed and more housing overall that would include more BMR units. So that's not a great summary of the history of our percentage. We can certainly look at that if you would like, but you know, for the BMR program, if there's no housing being developed or limited, then the increase in the rental or for sale BMR units is going to be limited. And then, as Lauren correctly stated, our first 100% affordable housing, I think it's in 7 years, depending when you start counting, is being developed, which is in Wilton Court.
Thank you. Thank you. That helps.
Commissioner DeTora.
Thank you, Lauren, for a lovely presentation. I had a question about the rent registry. Can you explain that a little bit more to me? Is that something that if a tenant were to want to know if the rents had gone or were increasing too much, they would have to go and seek out that information, or how does that work?
Great question. And I think that a lot of these policies can probably fall under it is what we make of it. So traditionally, rent registries have been such that a lot of the time landlords have to register and track what they are charging people for rent, and then there's data that you can follow that says, oh, well, in this year they paid this much and that much, and so on and so forth. And how much information you collect about people's living situations, who they are, who landlords are, those are things that we can kind of play with, see what fits for the community. But we don't have a really solid idea of what exactly that's going to look like should the council decide that they're interested.
The reason I ask in part is because I learned of a surprising to me practice in a part of Switzerland, in one of the cantons in Switzerland. I don't know if it's across the whole country, but in the lease, there has to be listed what the previous rent was. And if you don't have that amount listed there, it's actually not a valid lease and can be contested. And I don't know how that works here in terms of what leases look like and how it maybe gets into a big mess with legal issues. But I thought that was quite creative that you had to actually write, you know, what the last rent was.
Commissioner, if I may, that's certainly an interesting suggestion. We could certainly put that into our list of case studies and examples of how rent registries can work. And I would say part of what would happen under the state law. So if the state law remained the law in terms of how much rent increases could happen annually, there would probably be a limit in terms of tenant to tenant. So if the unit was vacated by a tenant and a new person rented it, how that might apply. But again, that's up to city policy in terms of how rental rates are treated. In many communities that do have rent control, when a tenant changes over, there's often kind of a refresh where the unit then can go to whatever that market rate is. But certainly under AB 1482, the current tenant, as they continue to lease that property, would be limited in the increases that they could have on that unit. But certainly an interesting thing to think about documenting if the rent registry were to go forward, what the rental rates are per year and kind of from tenant to tenant as well.
Thank you.
I just had a couple thoughts, and first of all, thank you. I really liked the clarity of your presentation. It was lovely. One of the things that bothers me is the evictions in general, but particularly during this COVID era. And I wonder if there's a way we can explore sharing the burden. There was an article in this month's Atlantic about Bhutan, and I got it, Bhutan is not the States, but they have gone through COVID almost untouched because everybody is looking at the public health or the public welfare and sharing the burden. So food is shared, renters are not evicted because landlords are not taking rent or taking a share of the rent. And so the tenant has to put up some money, so there's some burden. The landlord has to reduce his rent, so there's some burden there. And I wonder if there's a way we can look at something that's appropriate for our society. And I don't know whether that's going to the county and looking at a tax forgiveness for a small percent, or looking at reducing fees that landlords have to pay for home improvements, or I don't know where we could go, but I would like to see the burden shared so that we prevent the proliferation of evictions or the possibility of evictions. And I'm sure there are other ways to do that, but that's one thing that comes to mind.
So,
And
oh, please. Would you like me to respond now, or
oh, I
wait?
would love that. That'd be great.
Okay. So there are a number of protections that exist within eviction moratoriums and current laws. Part of my concern, of course, is what happens when the eviction moratoriums end. But I believe under SB 91, there is a program that the landlords can elect to participate in, where they can get 80% of the rent that is owed to them if they're willing to let go of the 20% that the understanding is that they wouldn't get 100% of what is owed to them, but I believe the state would provide up to 80% of what is owed to them if the landlords were willing to participate in that. And that would mean that they would have to forego that 20%, but that is certainly one of the ideas in trying to mitigate some of the evictions that are happening. Unfortunately, in Santa Clara County, we have the highest number of evictions in the 9-county region. So it is a work in progress very much.
I think we have too little to work with right now, but as we come back to housing, the evictions is something that I would like to see some emphasis placed on at the commission level. The other piece I just wanted to think about was your Commissioner Regeer's comment, empower people to speak when they hurt, or I think that was how it was said. And I would like to see us maybe encourage that before they hurt, and think about ways of going out to them. The Meals on Wheels was a great idea. There's also school distribution, food sites where we might go and hear people's stories, build a one-on-one relationship. You might not do a meeting there, but you could certainly get input into where they were hurting. Just to keep us moving, I'd like to see if there's any last closing questions and thank yous. Lauren, that was great. I hope that you will feel free to come back to us and also send us ideas where you would like us to intersect with what you're doing.
Oh, absolutely. I'm such a fan of your work that you have done on the Black and Brown stories in Palo Alto, and it's really important to lift those up. And so I thank you for the work that you have been doing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us this evening. I hope to be back before you soon and to keep moving forward with this project. Thank you all.
Great, thank you. We are somewhat behind schedule. Would people like to take a 5-minute break before a panel or plow through? Any comment?
I think I hear some plow through lip reading that I've been able
Good,
to.
okay, that would be my vote, but so that unless I hear otherwise, we will move on to a panel, which I'm expect to learn a lot from. So I will introduce agenda item 3, which is an introduction to issues related to housing and security in Palo Alto. We have presenters. Elizabeth Guzman is Director of Dispute Resolution Programs at Project Sentinel. Project Sentinel administers the mediation program, which we are have a relationship with, and she can give some insight on the calls they receive from the public who are seeking help with rent-related issues. Why don't I introduce one person at a time and ask you to speak, and then we'll move on to each speaker individually, and then have a question and answers and discussion. So Elizabeth.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm going to talk about the types of calls and cases that we've been seeing in the Palo Alto mediation program, and then with specifically to the type of COVID cases that we've been seeing, and then talk about kind of the operations of the new laws and how we're seeing that play out. So at the Palo Alto mediation program, as you all probably are familiar with, we hear from both landlords and tenants. We're meant to be neutral. We don't take sides, but we are meant to give information about rights and responsibilities to both sides. And we primarily deal with landlord-tenant issues. And so this year, or since COVID happened, we've been seeing really some interesting trends. We're seeing a lot more calls and cases about break leases. So a lot of people, I think, are moving from the area and are looking to get out of their lease. So we're seeing a lot of calls about that, and a lot of cases going to mediation about break lease. We're also seeing a lot more calls from landlords. Landlords are understandably challenged by current situations with their tenants who may not be able to pay rent. So we're seeing an uptick in calls from landlords. We're also seeing what I guess I'd say kind of our normal type cases. We see a lot of security deposit issues, and we also see a lot of maintenance and repair issues. And so with COVID, we're kind of any issue kind of you could argue has some a COVID related bent to it, but in our in the maintenance repair issue cases, a lot of people are having concerns about letting people into their home, the safety concerns about that for people coming in for repairs. So we're seeing that. Another type of issue we're seeing that I've talked about a little bit was the landlords and tenant, the non-payment of rent cases, where we're finding there's just a lot of distrust that's kind of happening between landlords and tenants. So I think a lot of times tenants or landlords are not trusting the tenants, or giving them the full truth maybe about what's happening, and sort of the rules around that. They're not really meant to be sort of questioning them as much. So we really like to get those cases into mediation so that they can kind of have an understanding of what the rules and responsibilities are under the the current laws and what they're obliged to pay. And then we're also seeing a lot of just neighbor issues. A lot of people are at home now more, and there's some noise issues that have been causing a lot of conflict. And then rent increases. Unfortunately, we're still seeing a lot of rent increase calls and cases. There are the current laws that cap the rent, but we're still, despite COVID, there's still a lot of people who are getting rent increases. So those are kind of the general trends and issues that we've been seeing. And again, how it differs from the past is we're just seeing a lot more break leases, a lot more questions about non-payment of rent. And yeah, so then I just wanted to speak a little bit about, I know that's been mentioned earlier, and we're all probably aware of the new protections that are available to renters. I was on a call or a webinar, I think earlier this week with the state when they were explaining the law SB 91, and a tenant advocate came on the call and made a plea that we languaged the moratoriums as protection measures, because the term moratorium can imply that, there are no evictions happening, and that's not the case. As we know, there are still evictions happening. And so that, people feel that they're not just de facto protected, or that they couldn't get evicted because they can, and to assert themselves, they need to, be aware of the protection measures, and kind of assert those in that process. So we're trying to do a lot of education about what people's rights and responsibilities are, especially tenants. And a lot of times people just, don't know what their rights are. So if they call in and they may have gotten a notice from their landlord, we can educate them on their protections under AB 38 and SB 91. And so, it's great that we're able to do that, but we're really trying to work across the agency to get more outreach and get more people connected, and to work collaboratively across the county to really get consistent messaging out so that people are aware of these protections. And yeah, as was mentioned earlier, there is financial assistance that's becoming available under SB 91, and there's rent forgiveness that's being offered. And we're hoping that in the next month or so that we're going to know more information about that. But it just generally, as you all are very concerned about this issue, just want to thank you for highlighting this, and just know that kind of the temperature of tenants is it's very stressful, and landlords too, to kind of have a lot of uncertainty about the future and about what's going to happen. And so we do know the protection measures, at some point will end, but I'm really grateful for the protection measures that are in place. And so if anyone is curious, I don't have, and I'm not able to put it in chat, but if you type in housing is key into the browser, you'll get the state's website that describes the protections that are available. Yeah, so that's all I have. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do, and particularly for giving us some background tonight so that we have a better understanding of what you're facing as you deal with the calls that you get. We'll hold questions until we have everybody's had a chance to share with their specialty. I'm going to ask Philip Da, Senior Director of Life Moves Opportunity Center and Hotel de Zinc, the shelter, to give us your comments.
Okay,
No.
hi.
It's good to see you. Well, to have you
Well,
here. Thank you.
yeah, you can see me, but it's good to
That's
see you
okay,
guys
but
all
I
again.
know what you look like. I have you in my mental image.
Yes. So thank you, commissioners and city staff. My name is Philip Da. I'm the director of the Opportunity Center, and I work with Life Moves. We have the rental assistance program, and we are part of the EAN network, which is the Emergency Assistance Network of the Santa Clara County. That is a network of social service agencies who provide emergency assistance, including eviction interventions for folks who qualify and live within certain zip codes. And so Life Moves Opportunity Center provides those services to the Palo Alto zip code, and we work with Alta Housing and most of the landlords in Palo Alto. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I've been in charge of this program for at least 18 to 19 years, and the trends have really changed in the last 1 year or so. What we have seen is, going back to the presentation that Ms. Bigelow did, a lot of the folks who are coming to us are from the Palo Alto School District, low-income families, and these are families who are frontline workers who lost their jobs, and most of them, in fact, all of them are renters in Palo Alto. And so it was a double whammy for them. They were the renters, low income, high rent, and then they lost their jobs due to COVID, or their hours were cut. And so the only remedy for them was the emergency assistance program that we had. And so back in March 2019, when the pandemic started, we were very fortunate that Palo Alto Community Fund raised some emergency funds for us, about $50,000, on top of the little money that we get from United Way and the county, to provide some emergency assistance relief for the families who had lost their jobs due to COVID. And so over the last 3 months, I did a report for my board. From October to December, we spent $81,744, an average of $2,000 to help 40 households of 83 individuals. 30 of out of those 40 households, there were 30 children in the households and 5 seniors. Majority of the landlords we work with were not the private ones, but actually Palo Alto Alta Housing. Fortunately for us, Palo Alto also applied for the CARES Act funding, and back in October, we were granted $254,000 to provide emergency relief for families. And so that money came in handy, and we've been able to provide multiple months of help for folks who had lost their jobs. And I have to mention that the Emergency Assistance Network program, it's a one-time only help for folks who, it's a stopgap funding for folks who can pay their rent. But because of the pandemic, we had to change the rules and provide multiple assistance to families. So out of the last quarter, out of the 40 households that we helped, at least 20 of them, 50% of them, we had helped multiple times, and still counting. Not only have we seen those numbers go up, but there are also some roadblocks that we didn't anticipate that are happening right now. Like I mentioned when Ms. Bigelow did her presentation, we are also doing interventions for landlords, for tenants, to prevent landlords from evicting them. We are getting roadblocks where landlords will not accept rental checks because they're coming from a nonprofit organization. We've had instances where landlords will not sign W-9 forms for our tax purposes, because when you get those assistance, we need you to sign W-9 forms. And some landlords have completely refused to accept some of those things and put in roadblocks. And we felt at some point that it was a way to get rid of some of the tenants instead of accepting those assistance. But overall, we believe that the rental assistance program has been really very helpful, and it has been the reason why evictions have not skyrocketed in Palo Alto. And so my recommendation, in my opinion, I think that even after the pandemic, we and the city should look into having a permanent program of rental assistance to support some of the low-income folks who live in Palo Alto.
Thank you, Phil. Do you want to say any more about your recommendation?
Well, the only recommendation is that there is a permanent program, because currently the only funding that we get is from the county the County of Santa Clara, and United Way. United Way doesn't give us a lot of money. It's a small pot of money that is split between about 7 agencies in the county. And so if we're doing an average of $2,000 a month for 10 families, you can imagine you don't even get that amount of money from them. The county gives us a little bit more than United Way, but there are also restrictions that come with some of those funding, and a lot of our clients do not qualify. And so the recommendation will be that I'm not sure where the money is going to come from, whether CDBG or wherever it's coming from, that there should be a permanent program of rental relief for residents of Palo Alto with not too stringent a condition for people to qualify. At this point, that is the only recommendation that I will have, because as far as the $254,000 that we got from the CARES Act goes, that is going to end at some point. And evictions are still going to continue. People are still, low-income families are still going to be struggling. The economy is not going to be open as much as others think. It will take a little bit of time. And so we are hoping that if there is a permanent program from the city in place to support renters, it will go a long way to keep people housed in Palo Alto.
I think that's a really strong suggestion. I'm fascinated by it for a lot of reasons, but I asked to save comments, so I should save my own. I'd like to ask Leah Cohen. You've been so patient. Leah is a longtime Palo Alto resident and a renter, so we're hearing from the demand side as well as the supply side.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. I am a renter, but I'd like to speak more about my experience as a renter, as a child, and more importantly, my mother's experience. We moved to Palo Alto from San Jose, and this was supposed to change everything. In 1988, my dad worked for the Sheriff's Department of Stanford University, and getting a BMR unit coupled with a Section 8 voucher, even though my dad worked full-time to protect and serve this community, it did not pay enough to afford a family our size a rental in the same community he worked in. But this was our golden ticket, and he reminded me of this. He reminded all of us of this. I'm the oldest of 4. I will say in many ways it actually did change my life, and it did improve my life quite a bit. In San Jose, I actually skipped a grade and was bused to middle school while I was in elementary school to have access to an education that fit my needs. But upon moving to Palo Alto, I was able to be immersed in education where I was able to thrive more. I went to Escondido Elementary, friends around the world. And I found friends and teachers there that were able to challenge me in ways I was unable to be challenged in San Jose. And renting gave myself and my family access to better education and to resources. We lived at the Mayfield. It's an apartment building. Used to be owned by Hobach Realty, now known as Kylix, near the corner of Page Mill and El Camino. It's the white and green apartments, kind of Art Deco, look like they're out of a Miami Vice episode. When we loved living there, we thought it was the best thing ever when we first moved. It was gorgeous to us. 1988, had a pool, and I went to a great school. There was a bus that picked me up, even at Page Mill, and bused me to Escondido. But it was pretty quickly I realized that we were different than the other residents. It was actually the son of the manager who pointed out that because I lived on the first floor, I must have been one of the poor people, and that his dad thinks that my family is trash. It reinforced that notion when it came to maintenance needs. We lived at a different set of standards. My family, all 4 of us, we all knew this, to never complain about any of the maintenance. And if there was something that was broken, it would be months if it was fixed at all. We had different rules for the pool that were applied to us. We were treated absolutely differently. And all the other folks who had BMR units we were all on the first floor. In the 33 years my mother lived there, our carpets were changed once. But I'll fast forward through that trauma and all the resources that this unit gave us. There was a lot of trauma that went with it, and go right to the recent years where my mother was living there alone. She works serving seniors at probably one of the most exclusive senior residences in the area, the V. She works there full time and has been working there for quite a long time, and yet she still has not made enough money to get out of being in a below market or needing a below market unit and into a market rate apartment. My mother's from the gorgeous and exotic islands of Palau and Micronesia. She learned how to drive actually the same year I did. I think being her oldest, she wanted to make sure she beat me, even though it was only by a few weeks. But you know, she learned how to drive in this area, but driving outside of Palo Alto was, it might as well be on the other side of the planet. You know, my mother grew up with no running water, no electricity. And so this was a big leap for her. And so fast forward to her being a full-time working septuagenarian who, you know, taught herself how to drive and never drives on the freeway. She actually received a rent increase about 1.5 years ago at the Mayfield, where I think you might have heard other folks received a rent increase. It was more than double. And, you know, I should let everyone know I advocate for a living. I had no problem jumping to her rescue, advocating on behalf of her, contacted Joe Simidian's office, Berman's, got in touch with the Law Foundation. Well, I even spoke to Philip Daw. Philip can remember when I came asking, what can I do? This is, you know, my mother's put against the wall. There, you know, what we were told was that even though there was a recently passed rent cap, or you know, the AB 1492, my mother's unit was a deeded unit, which was exempt from this particular protection. And why was this unit deeded? Well, that's because this is precious. It was a below market rate unit. It was not ironic. Well, Life Moves absolutely came to the rescue and helped us get keep her in place while we scrambled to look for options that fit my mother's needs. She has a hard time walking upstairs. And again, she does not even know how to drive out of Palo Alto. She knows her route from work to the bank to the grocery store, and that's just about it. You know, Philip helped us find it. We had a caseworker, and we put her on every single waiting list. And then of course, COVID hit, and that actually ironically bought us some time with the eviction moratoriums that ensued. But it has been, my mother received that notice over 1.5 years ago. Thank goodness I am a relentless, stubborn human, and that a unit and actually my own apartment next door came available. And luckily my mother, they accepted my mother, and more importantly, they accepted her Section 8 voucher. And that sounds like that's the end of it, right? Well, I just also want to highlight that even though that there are amazing assets like a Section 8 voucher and there are BMR units, there's so many complications to that the tenant has to endure. You have to put in a 30-day notice to activate a voucher. And then that voucher is only good for 60 days. And even though that there are protections out there where a landlord is not to discriminate against Section 8 vouchers, it still happens. And so, you know, the grueling paperwork that my landlord and my mother had to go through, I mean, that deserves a law degree in itself. When we started this process 50 days ago, so 60 days, she moves in tomorrow. And she's actually been technically without a home for over 3 weeks. And, you know, thank goodness, again, for the network, for family. I just think about how many places in her journey where this could have all gone wrong. The planets have to align. The housing stock has to be there. You have to have people willing to take the Section 8 voucher. I mean, there's so many families I think about that were not as lucky. All of the other families that I grew up with and knew of, and when I visited my mom that lived on that first floor, the only Black and brown families pretty much in that entire apartment building, so many of them had to move far away to places they had never been to or don't know anything, away from their home. And I just think about how lucky it is for my mother to even have, I mean, she had the privilege of having an advocate, you know, a pain in the side as a daughter, making sure that I could find somewhere, following up on the paperwork, reading the fine print, looking, constantly bugging Michaela, Joe Simidian's office, bugging Housing Authority, making sure that she was able to, it is a miracle that she's able to move in to tomorrow. But my mother's situation is unique. And if it weren't for so many things having to perfectly line up, even just that house being available, to having the blessing of life moves in your community, to having supervisor offices that are ready to roll up their sleeves. So many people don't either know about those resources, don't know how to access them, or just don't, it's so many people get lost in the cracks of the housing maze that we live in here in Palo Alto. And so I want to go back to my original point, and that is my life is absolutely better because of my parents' very shrewd and smart move to move to Palo Alto, even with all of the pain and some of the trauma, and the trajectory of my life completely changed. But I'll say this, that there is no doubt in my mind that Palo Alto is better because of myself, my mother, and my family. And so as we think about these rental units, I'm telling my story because I really want people to start thinking about these units as families, as lives, as journeys, and to really think about all of the aspects of the policies that we enact, because they're life-changing and community-changing as well. So thank you for hearing my story, and good luck on your endeavors. I'm here to tell any aspect of it as needed.
Wow, thank you. Angie, we're going to ask you to wrap this up for us, and that's a hard act to follow. I think
It sure
I
is.
trust you can do it. Angie Evans is our local housing justice advocate. We supported or endorsed a forum that Angie held several months ago for renters, and she started a listserv for Palo Alto renters as well. So an advocate for renters. Angie, please.
Thank you very much. And first, I actually just want to thank Leah for sharing her family's story, because I think it perfectly demonstrates that it's easier to fall through the cracks, but it doesn't have to.
There is something in, excuse me, I hate to interrupt you. It seems like there's static or.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh, that's much better.
Okay.
Angie, what I've noticed, Angie, this is Minka. What I'm noticing is when you move your hands, we're hearing it somehow. But if you are just sitting still, we don't notice it. I'm not sure what's happening.
I will try not to move at all.
I know it's hard for me to talk without my hands.
This is a new computer, so now we know the new MacBook Air picks up every sound. Okay, so I was just thanking Leah for sharing her story because I think it demonstrates really how much easier it is to fall through the cracks. And I think this conversation, these conversations that are happening now can help us make sure that it doesn't actually have to be that way. It's hard to understand what being a renter in the most exclusive city in Silicon Valley is like without hearing stories like these. So thank you for covering this topic. So a little bit about myself. I am a renter in the Crescent Park neighborhood in Palo Alto. I've lived in downtown in a small apartment building. I briefly lived in an ADU in College Terrace, but the apartment downtown I felt like was the most representative of kind of the renter experience in Palo Alto. It was a small building with about 20 apartments. And almost all of them were 1-bedrooms and studios. And when we moved in, it was mostly young families with kids. And that's where we were when I had our first child, and where I was pregnant with our second child. But the building changed ownership through a merger, and we were all given a legal but huge utility payment increase. And slowly all the apartments in the building turned over. They went from all of these young families, 3 to 5 people living in 1-bedroom and studio apartments, which is crowded, but still having somewhere in the community to live, to almost all of those folks in that apartment building leaving Palo Alto. Eventually we moved after the apartment next to ours became filled with 7 to 10 bunk beds, and turned into a tech house. I don't know what they call them. And I think kind of the best story that came from that, though, is that one of the families, everybody was kind of holding on to see how long they could pay that much more in their monthly housing expenses. And one of the families was actually able to get into a BMR downtown, and it was really amazing. And it kind of shows how our housing insecurity, how kind of our rental apartments really kind of can connect with our BMRs. So fast forward to now, my family lives in a single family home in Crescent Park. It is a wonderful house, and we're able to rent way below market because we have a really amazing landlord. That said, because of AB 1482 and other housing renter protections, they don't apply to single family homes. So every year we have to debate whether and how long we're going to stay. And young families are leaving Palo Alto. The median age is constantly increasing, and it's not because Palo Alto isn't great. I think you can hear from anyone here tonight. It is an incredible place to live. We have amazing parks, great resources, but without predictability and stability, it's really hard to raise a young family. So it's been clear for a long time that renters are seriously underrepresented in decision-making in Palo Alto. We heard that from a number of speakers tonight. In our last housing element process, I was really glad that that the housing element, we talked about the composition of that working group, because in the last iteration, there was one renter on the entire working group. Our boards and commissions consistently fail to include a representative number of renters. And these are all bodies that are making decisions about the future of Palo Alto's housing market. So that's really problematic to have so few renters involved. In order to address this, this serious underrepresentation, a group of Palo Alto community members came together last year, including myself, to start a renters association. We really focus on renters' rights and increasing renter voices in the civic landscape. That's our goal. And the group is governed by an 8-person all-volunteer steering committee. None of us are lawyers, and we're not providing any legal or legally binding advice. We're really just residents with lots of different backgrounds and stories who want to see Palo Alto become a more welcoming and inclusive place for everyone. So we get emails, Facebook messages, Twitter messages on a regular basis. And we don't collect any personal information or contact information that can be shared. But we do mark down buckets of contacts we get so that we can understand what challenges look like to folks who might not be reaching out to the city, might not be reaching out to Project Sentinel. What are they saying to us? So the biggest buckets of contacts we get are around landlord complaints. And when I say landlord complaints, I mean, these are things that are perfectly legal and permissible. Sorry, I keep moving my hand. So landlord complaints are things that are legal and permissible, but they're not good for tenants. So things like big rent increases or really bad maintenance. I'm not going to provide any specific examples because I don't want to give away anybody's identity, but they're 50% of the reason people contact us. So I kind of want to tie that up with the fact that, you know, we know that lots of totally legal, totally permissible things are happening. And the reason renter protections exist is because even the best landlords, like my own, have blind spots, and it's the role of government and public policy to mitigate those things. So with that, the Renters Association identified a few priority areas for this year. I was very glad to see that it mirrors some of Lauren Bigelow's recommendations as well. We'd really like to see the city implement a rent registry. As Lauren said, it's already in our municipal code, but you know, while it would require staff and consultant hours, the only way we're going to understand what's really happening in the renter community is if we can legitimize these stories with hard data. And a rent registry would really quantify when and how people are getting priced out. And it's kind of a lighter lift because you're not legislating what to do yet. You're just understanding what the problem is. In addition, we want to see more public education for renters. I think we all want to see Project Sentinel host more of these Know Your Rights trainings. In the past, Palo Alto had Project Sentinel do that. They hosted them with landlords and tenants. And I think it will be much more effective if you can have some that are just focused on renters so that renters aren't feeling disempowered in the meeting where they're supposed to learn about their rights. Third, and kind of related, is tenant harassment. There's literally just no amount of harassment that should be acceptable. And lastly, and perhaps the biggest hurdle, is affordable housing. While these are kind of legislated differently, it's clear from tonight that these are very connected issues. Renter protections are the most important in cities with constricted housing supply and inflated rents. This is like the definition of Palo Alto. If we had permanently affordable subsidized housing, we probably wouldn't have so many of the challenges we have right now. So I'll wrap this up. The question that I think Palo Alto really needs to ask itself is whether we want to mitigate or prevent housing insecurities in Palo Alto. So our rents are some of the highest in the region, which means that it's nearly impossible, as Philip Daw said, it's nearly impossible for people to catch up when there's job loss or a massive rent increase. We have to find ways to stabilize these costs over time for residents, because I think all of us who are here tonight really want to see a more diverse, equitable, and affordable Palo Alto. And we can do that. We can have one where we all thrive together.
Angie, I'm on. Angie, thank you. That was concise and important to hear. Good luck on keeping the Renters Association as active as you've been. I'd like to, I guess, take oral comments first.
Okay.
I'm going to ask again if we can keep it short given the hour.
Are you saying 2 minutes then,
Yes,
Chair?
please.
Okay, so Mary, if you could adjust the clock. And once you have that on, I will call on the speaker. Okay, we have two speakers. The first speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Aram, go ahead, please.
I know it's late, but I worked hard to get prepared for all of this, so I was hoping that
Thank-
we could have 3 minutes. But anyway, I'll work with this. One, I'd like to know from Elizabeth Guzman, what percentage of the mediations are successful in resolving the matter, so people don't have to go into litigation. And as far as Leah Cohen goes, you know, HRC is supposed to be working as their lead mission this year on race, equity, police issues, et cetera. And it sounds like your lived experience in that Mayfair complex encompassed all the kind of discriminations that me growing up most of my 72 years in Palo Alto have observed. And so any comment that you can make about behavior by, I mean, your manager or assistant manager coming down and telling your folks that you were, you know, pathetic because you paid less and all that horrible stuff. I mean, that's the kind of racism that the HRC is trying to weed out. So the more you can talk about that to us, whether you had the police coming over there and doing the manager's bidding, that sort of stuff, I would love to hear a little bit more if the chair is willing to allow Leah to answer that, and also Elizabeth Guzman to answer my question. So Madam Chair, if you would.
Let's hear public comment and then we'll come back to the.
Okay, well, those are my primary questions, but Leah, your presentation was powerful, and it doesn't sound like it's ending anytime soon with all the efforts that you're going to have to do with mom, and no guarantee that we're not going to still see systemic racism directed at you and her in the next place. So, you know, I think you need to reach out to the HRC and make sure that we know what's going on with your story moving forward.
Thank you, Aram. The next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead, please.
Thanks. First, I want to thank Aram again for his comments. And I also want to agree to him again that there's only 2 of us. It'd be nice to give us 3 minutes. But regardless, okay, so I too want to thank Leah for your powerful story. I knew some of what you said before, having heard you talk before, and it was really important and great to hear it again now. I just wish there would be a larger audience. And Angie, it's always great to hear your constant and diligent advocacy on behalf of tenants, which you've worked so hard on behalf of. So all of the speakers, I am very grateful for. I just wanted to kind of, in 1 minute and 22 seconds, try to hit on some of the legal changes that we really, really need here. And I know that Angie had kind of referenced some of them, but you know, the mediation program, while very helpful, is not as strong as what we really need to have here, which exists in other cities. We need to, you know, a mediation program is nice, but we need to have an actual rent board. We need to have a tenants union, and we need to put in place actual legal protections for tenants, protections against racial discrimination on the basis of LGBTQ plus status, discrimination on the basis of family status. There's no enforcement here at all. And although we knew that, I mean, hearing Leah's story is just like so many further examples of how when tenants face these problems, there is nowhere for them to go. Mediation is not a sensible option for when one party is clearly in the wrong and the other party is being exploited. There are solutions to these problems, and other cities do use them. At East Palo Alto, San Francisco. Also, again, we need to enforce against ghost houses. We need to enforce against taking homes off the market, and we need to enforce and we need to put stronger restrictions against price increases, which are really just ways of evicting illegally. Thank you so much for your time with this.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you to both speakers. Before we go to commissioner comments, would any of the panel like to, and the 3 panelists were left. My apologies to Philip that it got so late, yet we exceeded his time. Any comments from the 3 remaining panelists?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer the question about our resolution rate. So we have about an 80% resolution rate in our when people go to mediation. Yeah, I think one benefit of our program is that we are able to educate people about their rights and responsibilities prior to going into mediation. And if things don't work out in mediation or that there's no resolution, that people always have their regular rights and remedies available to them by filing suits in court. So yeah, so I just wanted to comment on that. And I also just want to say that Angie, I hear your call for more workshops for renters' rights, and we're happy to provide that. So we'll have to connect and get one on the schedule. Thank you.
I'll just answer the gentleman. I mean, I could go on and on, but yes, there's families still there. In fact, when I moved my mother out, I was greeted by a woman who I've known since I was a young kid. And she is absolutely frightened about her situation. She is a Black woman, and she has, I mean, where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? Is constantly told. And I had countless stories, and I'm happy to tell them at another time, but just to answer, yes, it is the tip of the iceberg that I shared. And there are many, many others just like myself who live amongst us, who go to the same schools as our kids, and are experiencing discrimination. And because of the atmosphere, the lack of the housing stock, the prices, you don't do anything, you know, many people from situations like mine, you know that you're not supposed to, you don't ruffle any feathers, you don't make any waves. And so it's out there, and probably what is being told is the tip of the iceberg and a fraction of what's actually happening. But thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Leah. Let's see, trying to mix it up. Commissioner DeTorrell, did you want to have any questions or responses, thoughts about our learning from the panel?
Yes. Trying to collect my thoughts. It was a lot to take in. I guess my main comment, first of all, I'm grateful for all the folks who came and spoke. For me, this is a steep learning curve about all kinds of support that exists and issues that there are in Palo Alto. So it's really helpful for me to get a sense of the wonderful organizations trying to do a lot with not enough or with very little. So thank you everybody for your time. In preparing for this meeting, I was looking at some of the mission statements of the Partnership for the Bay's Future and what the hope is in our attempts to look at housing instability and security. And the idea of building a prosperous, inclusive, vibrant, and livable Bay Area where people of all backgrounds and economic statuses can call the Bay Area home. I feel like this comes back again, at least for me, to one of the main takeaway points when Chair Smith and Vice Chair Stinger presented Black and Brown communities, the experiences of folks here in Palo Alto. The really big takeaway was, I think in Palo Alto, we would like to think and we really want to be welcoming and that people feel a sense of belonging. I think we'd like to believe that that's true in Palo Alto. And maybe it's because of the late hour. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep last night, but I feel like we are falling short. And I think that as Leah was just saying and expressing, there's lots and lots of stories and she could go on and share those with us, but it's the tip of the iceberg. And so I come away from this feeling like we really must do better. I take hope in some of the initiatives that are ongoing right now, like our 21-day challenge for equity and educating folks around what's going on. realizing that Palo Alto has problems and that we need to look at them and address them. And I think, to not take up too much time, but I'm hoping we'll also hear from City Council member Greer Stone, maybe to bring all of this back to City Council. But the piece that really stayed with me was what Leah ended with, in saying that despite the challenges of growing up here, despite being poorly treated, despite experiencing racism, she understands and really feels that her parents made the right move and that her life was absolutely better for moving to Palo Alto, even though there was pain and trauma. But that Palo Alto is better off too, I think, is the main really beautiful point that we should take home. We don't benefit from having these systems that exclude people. It does not make us richer. It actually makes us far poorer. So I guess I would end with that and just really hope that we might start to see that this diversity and inclusion of lots of folks of all different backgrounds really does make Palo Alto better, and we should do better.
Thank you. Commissioner McGeer?
I agree with what Commissioner Terrell said. I think that is my whole point about when the City Council decreased our membership from 7 to 5. To me, it was a signal that people don't really count, and we're not going to put that much energy, but we leave every other commission. Parks, they said that we have too much to work, but City Council didn't take that as a consideration. But diversity is important, and we need more than 5 people. If you want diversity, you have to have more people. And so I think that was a big blow to me, that the City Council, if they're really thinking about Black Lives Matter, then let's make our Human Relations Commission diverse. Let's try to open it up. Let's try to prove the point. We can't just be symbolic and say, oh, we're cool, we put Black Lives Matter on the street and leave it as that. Let's talk about the school district where kids that have come from East Palo Alto, teachers and principals aren't willing to adapt their schedule so that the kids don't have to go, if the bus is late, that they have to go. There's certain issues that those kids don't have to go into the office and say we're tardy, that they miss out on assemblies because the principals and the staff, they miss out on activities. I think it's great that the Palo Alto School District is doing 21, but they have so many challenges. LGBTQT, making it so that kids that they have bathrooms that they could go to. I mean, I was told by City Council, and I think that there's certain issues that we could welcome people. I mean, charging now Foothills Park, that is an issue. That's an equity issue. I mean, people, when they're paying rent and they're living in Palo Alto, now they have to pay to go. Charging to go to the Junior Museum, which is one of my big issues too. If we want to be really welcoming people, then we have to understand that people are struggling, and we can afford to let the Junior Museum have it free for everybody, so that, you know, and I guess what I'm saying is that no person, it's very degrading when you have to show that you're poor to get in somewhere free. They're just not going to go, you know, and I guess that's the part that I'm really embarrassed about. We have certain issues that are going on in Palo Alto, and we are not addressing them. We're not addressing the core issues. You know, when the Tinsley kids, you know, some of them have to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning to get here. And then the school district decides to consolidate them, and then not even talking to the families about, do you mind if your 5th grader now is going to have to go to another school because we want to consolidate? I mean, we don't take into account the people that we have here, and what our decisions we're doing is affecting everyone. And how does that happen to housing? I was a child that grew up in Sunnyvale, and I had to ride my bike across town because my school was very poor and we didn't have chemistry. When this school district decided to close the school, they only closed our school because there's nobody on this school district that was representative of that area. And so all the kids that were on the one side of El Camino, all the way to 101, had to go across town because our school was closed. And that's the important part of having diversity on commissions, City Council, and listening to people. And I guess I'm just hearing these stories. I'm a 65-year-old woman, and I've experienced and I've organized, and I just think that when I was on the Human Relations Commission, I was hoping that we could take a leadership, not, I really appreciated Leah's and Rachel's and everybody's stories and Angie's stories, but we don't need to, and having the city council tell us to do a Black Lives Brown stories, that took all of our time. We're not a city because we're not aware of racial problems, and we're not a city where we know the problems. We know how great people are, and I guess that's my point, is that I was hoping that we would go beyond and we would say, what can we as a Human Relations Commission do? And what does the city council want us to do? And if they really wanted us to do and have an impact, they would show the community that we want our Human Relations Commission diverse. We want them to, we're putting as much people on there as we can to get involved, and they cut us. And I know I'm on a rampage, but I just think that, yeah, we can listen to these stories, but what are we going to do about it?
I think we've.
So I'm sorry, so I'm done.
No, thank you. And you're right. Commissioner Savage.
Yeah, moving the conversation back to our exceptional panel of speakers, there was quite a bit of information given out to think about and digest, which I still need to do. But I specifically want to mention Leah Cowan and to hear about the obstacles that she and her mother endured, their family endured, just to exist here. And I also wanted to point out that the last line she mentioned, that Palo Alto is better because of she and her family. I couldn't agree more. Very powerful speaker. But my congratulations to all the speakers. I think it was a great panel. And we've got the information, and let's see what we're going to do.
Thank you. I'm going to try to say this in a different way, but because I don't want to be redundant and I don't want to use our time poorly, but I am going to have to repeat some of what you've all said so eloquently. We have and I'm going to bridge into agenda item 4 also. We have a priority this year of housing, general priority. And we will ask for a subcommittee to make that more specific. And so we did this listening campaign tonight, or listening panel, and we'll have an extension of it next month when we hear about safe parking programs. So we've heard some pieces, and we'll have a group of people take this into something more actionable. And it can be something that we can do this year, or something we might explore this year and do next year. But we can take the pieces we heard tonight and drill them into something more specific. I heard the need for advocates. So often in any area, it's always the person who has the advocate. The student who has the parent advocate gets what he needs or she needs from the school board. The family that had the rental advocate. Thank you, Leah, for being that advocate for your mom. Which saved the situation, salvaged the situation. Maybe we have child advocates for foster children. Maybe we need to look at rental advocates. And I think we really need to do a change in attitude. Again, referring back to the sentence, I feel really strongly about this. I think Greer will know this was one of the first conversations we had. Excuse me, Councilmember Stone. But when you were Commissioner Stone, we had this conversation about really valuing what people bring to this community, and we need to celebrate that more and acknowledge it more. And maybe I'm thinking about the Buena Vista and the social that they did every December until we had COVID. That was geared for a particular benefit to help people to help Buena Vista publicize their need for support and to get the community more involved. But it worked, and we need to maybe think of how we can have some some celebration of different communities within us. I also want to think about permanent funding, particularly to bridge from the COVID shutdown to the COVID opening up. Philip Dahl said it very well. It's not going to be overnight that we go from nothing to 100%. And how we help these, I'm going to say help the families stay in Palo Alto, but it's not just helping them stay in Palo Alto, it's helping us have the workforce that we need to be the frontline workers and keep them here. And housing should address also what it takes to live here. I think Commissioner Regier raised that very clearly when she said, what does it take to access the parks? What does it take to access the transit system, the libraries, the junior museum? We need maybe to think about how we flesh that out. And I'm sure when I sit down tonight, I'm going to say, darn, I forgot another really important point, but I'm going to take the privilege to say that we all have to go home and think about it. And we will look to a committee or a group of people to bring all what we've heard about housing and what we know from our other experiences and what other interviews we want to do and walks we want to take to walk the walk and bring that into a recommendation for turning the priority into a actionable item. And I think there was a strong comment made that we should ask for a comment. Councilmember Stone, is there anything you'd like to add to what we've heard?
I think you all articulated it really well. I think all the panelists shared some great stories and information for all of us. And Leah, thank you for being here and sharing that powerful story. And in many ways, I kind of had a similar upbringing. My father worked at the Stanford Sheriff's Department too. They probably worked with each other, knew each other really well. And my mom taught in the school district, and we were in the similar situation. Couldn't afford to live here, and have always just been renters in the community. And my wife and I we rent in a 1-bedroom apartment as well, and struggle to get by. I mean, I worked 3 jobs to be able to afford to live here. So my wife's a teacher too, so we know this struggle, and it's one of the reasons why I wanted to run, because I think it's important to have renters on city council. I'm the only one, and so I think this is a really important mission that you are all working on, and I think continuing to collect these stories and this data and come up with positive recommendations for council and staff to move forward is going to really help us this year. And I think especially this year, the HRC is going to play a really important role, because two of our city council priorities this year is focusing on housing, and especially housing that's going to increase inclusion and diversity within the community, as well as social justice. And I think those are 2 things that fit so perfectly within the HRC's role. And I hear some of your frustrations with the size of the commission. I can understand that. I wasn't on the council when that decision was made, but I can understand that this is you are all volunteers and you have limited time, and so I understand when the commission is reduced, that means all of your workloads increase, and so that's a difficult thing to do. But I think you're also fortunate that you have some incredible staff members with Minka and Mary to help, as well as a council who's really dedicated to making sure that we can succeed on these really important issues. I think we have an opportunity right now with everything that's happening in the world to be able to move forward to really have a positive impact. And HRC as obviously is close to my heart, and so I'm excited to see all of you take a strong leadership position on all of this, and I'm happy to help in any way that I possibly can. So whether that's just through these meetings or having one-on-ones with any of you, please feel free to reach out, and Minka, I'm sure, can share my contact information with any of you if you ask.
Thank you, council member. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm really glad you got to hear each of our panel speakers.
Me too. It was powerful. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to move quickly to the debrief on the retreat. Oral comment.
You want to take the oral comment for the retreat right now, Chair?
Yes, because there is no speaker and we'll have it just a.
Okay, so I'll wait till Mary gets up the clock and then I will do my part. Aram, go ahead, please.
A note, I got to see last night Reverend Smith's comments, maybe he's listening, at a Menlo Park video discussing racism. It was excellent. Probably the statement or comments that most resonated with me were comments Reverend Smith made that matched my growing up experience in Palo Alto, and now my growing old experience, age 72, in this same provincial town. Here it is, unless one is not listening or not looking at what is all around us, it's difficult not to recognize that the myth that racism doesn't exist in Palo Alto, and I would add the myth that racism isn't in fact flourishing in Palo Alto, is a false myth, misguided and an erroneous myth, a myth that must be exposed and re-exposed every day if we are ever to end racism in the institutions that this community, from our police to our schools to access to medical care, and probably the most disabling form of racism of all is just the everyday sadness of living in a community that doesn't distribute human dignity in an equitable or even-handed manner and doesn't see or recognize that reality. I received the highest grade at what was Terman Junior High School, the only time I ever did in the entire history that I was going to school. And it was on a piece in the 9th grade that I wrote on segregation in the South versus segregation in the North. And my ninth grade mind wrapped around that concept. And I said, you know, when you look at the racism here, it's a kind of I call it, you know, people smile in people of color's face, and then they turn around and stab them in the back. And I saw that coming up as a 9th grader. So I really believe that the disabling and the psychological impact of that kind of behavior, the double message, we've got to end that.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Go ahead, please, Rebecca.
Thanks so much. I just want to amplify Aram, and I want to say that I actually attended that meeting where Reverend Smith was speaking, and which made me raise my hand and say that that Menlo Park program is, Menlo Park has been doing a large number of things to really come together as a community in order to think hard, not just about opinions about the Black Lives Matter movement and, you know, other social justice movements, but to back those thoughts with actions. And that's been amazing. And, you know, I am grateful for your commission. And I know that if you actually took the, you know, if you did work on all the things that are necessary to achieve a better state of social justice in Palo Alto, you would be working all the time. So maybe I can ask you if there are ways that you can, as a commission, involve the community more in your work, and maybe if you could have community input groups. You know, it's always sad to me to hear like Lauren speak, do you have access to tenants? When the truth is, as I said, that if you factor in all the ghost houses, Palo Alto is majority tenants. We all have access to tenants. They're most of us. They're probably, other than the commissioners themselves, or maybe a couple of the commissioners, it's most of the people in our community actually rent. They're the people that our kids go to school with. It's our neighbors. It's everywhere. And so, you know, I guess I'm trying to say, and maybe we could follow some of the great actions of Menlo Park. And then finally, I want to put in a quick word about the 21 Days of Equity program that is being done by the school district. It's a fantastic program, and I put my plug in for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Erin. I'd like to just debrief quickly on the retreat that we had a week ago. We came away with several priorities or several focus areas. One was our core responsibilities, CDBG, HISRAP, and the Emerging Needs Fund. And actually, I'd like to, could you comment on that, Minka?
Oh, yes, so I can just give a quick update on HISRAP. Is that what you're looking for, Chair Stinger?
Yes.
Okay. So as you know, the three key responsibilities of the HRC are the review of the Human Services Resource Allocation Process Program, HISRAP, Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and the Emerging Needs Fund. And there were some subcommittees identified at the last meeting. So on the HISRAP subcommittees, one of the commissioners, Commissioner Regier, wasn't able to complete her service on the HISRAP committee due to other commitments. So she wasn't able to unfortunately give the time that we was needed. And I really appreciate our time discussing that and understanding that, Commissioner Regier. So I have looked into, and I spoke to each of the commissioners about this as well, just to see if anybody could do a double service on a committee, and that was not possible. So I have gone to Plan B, and I have been successful in Plan B. So I have identified a person in the community that is willing to work with Chair Smith and Mary and myself in the review of HISRAP. And I have another person actually who is also interested that I will be talking to tomorrow. But since I just have the one name I'd like to bring to your attention. So if any of you know Becky Beacom, she is the recently retired health education manager for Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And through her entire tenure has been a tireless advocate for many causes in the community, and throughout her tenure also worked on working in grant reviews. So tonight, what I'm coming to you for is, because we will be involving non-HRC members in the review, I am going to make a motion that I am looking for support on, so that we can open up this opportunity to Ms. Beacom and to the other individual that is not yet confirmed, but I hope that you have trust in me that will go well. So my proposed motion is that the chair, staff, and up to 2 members of the public who are not current members of the HRC, upon agreement of the chair and staff, shall review and make recommendations to the full HRC regarding HISRAP funding recommendations. So Mary can put that on the screen, or if you'd like, I could read it again. I'm hoping that, I'm just reading that. I'm hoping that one of you will be able to support that as an original motion, and that one of you will second that motion. I see now that Mary has it on the screen, but I'll just open it up for any questions right now.
Commissioners, any questions for Commissioner Regier?
Okay, I want to, I thought this was discussing the retreat.
These are follow-up items.
Okay, but I want to say this, it wasn't, and I wrote this down because I want to be very clear. I wish that when during the time that and I wish Clone was here, but he's not, but I have to say this anyway. I don't believe, and that's the right, but at a retreat, that someone should have the right to strip, which I was taken off two committees without talking to me and put on the HISRAP one without discussing it with me, without asking me what my life was like. He just assigned it to me, or whoever did. There was no discussion at the retreat of how our workload should be done. I would spend hours and hours on this commission, but there was no discussion of when I was taken off these other two committees, and I was put on that one without any discussion. I sent text messages. Minka, you sent text message, you sent emails. I had not one response from the chair. So I was happy with the committees that I was on before. And had the chair talked to me about this, or the vice chair about these new committee chairs, we would have had a discussion. So I don't want it to be in the minutes that I couldn't do it. No one asked me, you just assigned it to me. And I feel like I don't want to feel like I'm letting the changing policy, changing things, but I think that going forward, I am really upset over this. It's portrayed, the way it is portrayed here.
Commissioner Aguirre, I will accept responsibility for that.
Well, but I talked to you about this. I talked to you about this, about the retreat way ahead of time. I said it's not
Commissioner Aguirre,
let me finish. And I guess that's my frustration. Is I said that I thought that it's a commission. It's not a chair and a vice chair commission. And what do I find? I see my name taking off these other two committees and put on this other one without even any discussion. And I guess I'm really disappointed that how it's portrayed is that I couldn't fulfill my obligation. I guess that's what I'm really upset about, Minka, because it's not that I would spend lots of time on this. I would spend a lot of time. And I think that the way it was structured, and then I think that's the problem, is the process. We want people to get involved, but yet we just, we don't want to hear from them. We don't, and I know this is getting off topic, but it's the same topic. That you just want to run things, you just want to get things, you want to be efficient, and you want to get things done, and you want to just fill in the box and check it off without any thorough conversation.
Commissioner,
and I'm very disappointed that that's what you came away with from this meeting, that I couldn't fulfill my obligation, and because there's no discussion at the retreat. There's no asking, how's people's time? How are we going to work this as a load? You just assign people.
Fair, I understand where you're coming from. Let me say where I was coming from, and I will speak for myself because the chair is not here. We looked at the core responsibilities as needing to be done, and we wanted to look at giving new people access and tenured people access to both. We wanted to have tenured and new people on all three committees, and we tried to distribute the workload accordingly. And we should have checked with each person, but we didn't, because we were working within the core responsibilities that we have all acknowledged. We all have, well, maybe we didn't sign up to do them, but we have to sign up to do them. They are our core responsibilities. In terms of the interests, we didn't assign those because we're going to do that now. When we are done with this item, when we have finished the motion, I will list out the areas of our priorities and ask people to submit their interests in the next 24 to 48 hours so that we can distribute the workload and try to give everybody the assignment that they would like. We should have done that for the core responsibilities. We didn't. And we've done that in the past, and we should have done it here.
Commissioner
let's,
Rivera, may I
Mr. Chair Singer, I still think that you're missing the point. You're missing
I
the
think-
point. Is
I
that
think
your
I know.
explanation, your explanation of how you did it, it still doesn't make sense because I was on those two committees. You could have put a new commissioner on the two commissions that I was on before. It doesn't, what your rationale is, doesn't make sense. It
There were
doesn't,
a lot of ways we
your
could have done
justification
it.
is not true. It's not true. I could have been on those two commissions, the two committees, and Sunita could have been on those two committees, and she would have been new, and I would have been on the older veteran. So it doesn't. So your rationale is not making any sense at all. To be polite.
I want, because of the hour, I'm going to just let it sit there. I think that I believe that it is true. And I know it is true. I think it's as true as your position is. And I think they both have to sit as truisms. But now I would like to hear if there is somebody to make the motion as it is on the board.
Yeah, I move on the proposed motion. Should I read it?
Is that necessary?
I don't believe so. It has been read. So now, yes, thank you.
I will second the motion. Commissioner Savage, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think this is the best outcome. You know, very creative, I might add. And the addition of Becky Beacom, I can't think of a better person to do this. She's perfect.
I'd like to speak to my second. I see a strong suit of using community reviewers to help us with our different projects. We have some big goals for this year. And I just think in general, community reviewers will be very helpful for us. And I've worked with Becky on teen vaping last year specifically, and have a lot of respect for her. And I think she'll do a brilliant job. She knows the community. She has the mindset, the work ethic to do the detail, to cover the 20 hours that we're asking of a community reviewer. So I'm very appreciative of having her step up. Any other comments? I don't see everybody. If we can go on to a vote then, I'll take the vote in alphabetical order. Commissioner R.S. Regier.
I guess I'm just, when this is up to 2 members, we're only given 1 member. I guess that's what I'm questioning is that seems.
In the past, the HRC has had 3 members that have served on the review. That is not happening this time because of the size limits for ad hoc committees. But if you go to a committee that involves members of the public, that size restriction wasn't there. So we can, the more reviewers, it's really helpful because there are 18 applications. And, you know, as you know, because you have lots of experience reviewing grants, I mean, each person in those discussions often, you know, picks up on something else. So it was written in this way in that because I had because the time was of the essence to start the review of the application. So I had made a request of several people in order to get at least, one person. So the way it was written now was to give that opportunity to have up to 2 members of the public. So that's why it was written this way. So we have one person confirmed, and the other person who expressed interest, but as you know, there's a lot involved in reviewing these applications. So I wanted to make sure that that other person really understood the background and what is involved.
I'm going to ask for privilege. I would like to make a friendly amendment. Can I do that? Can I make a friendly amendment?
It would depend, because I know, because we are using outside members of the public, we were looking at very specific language. So I cannot specifically say I'll approve the friendly amendment because
it's okay.
But Commissioner Savage was kind enough to go forward with this language, but I can listen to it and with the best of my knowledge, say if it would be might be a concern or not.
Well, I'll say the concern I have is that this is designed for a specific committee, the chair and the staff. Another committee, like if would not have the chair and the staff, like my committee.
This is designed for this specific incident is not the right word. I don't want to say that. This specific situation. So that does not mean that in the future, if there was another desire by the HRC to work on an issue with members of the public, that it may look different.
Could we put a date on this then? Because right now this applies across the board.
So would sorry, a little tongue-tied due to the hour. I'm not as hardy as council members that could stay up that late and be articulate. So would you like to add regarding fiscal year 22-23, his RAP recommendations?
Yes.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. So Mary, if you could between regarding, okay, yes, you're doing it perfect there. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you for, so I guess one of you, Commissioner Savage or Minka, do I ask for your acceptance?
Yeah, I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner DiTerrell, Commissioner Regier.
Do I need to accept the friendly amendment?
No, you just need to vote at this point.
Okay, I vote aye.
Commissioner Regier?
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Savage?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stinger, aye. Thank you for, okay, this passes 4-0, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Minka, for getting this to us so quickly. So we had, that was the first of the focus areas. We also talked about continued work on inclusion and belonging, focusing on repair and healing. And one aspect of that is community conversations on race as referred by the city, referred by and to the city council, and hate crime policies. I will speak to the first, the community conversations on race. We have a fairly sketched out work plan right now. And that again is the sub-work of the chair and myself, working with a number of organizations nonprofits in Palo Alto. There'll be a lot of work to do between now and we're hoping a spring delivery of the conversation circles. So I would ask if anybody is interested in working with us, we could carve out a piece just so we manage the Brown Act. And we would like to do that. The second part of that are the hate crime policies. And so far we've written as a commission, we've written a letter to the council or drafted a letter to the council. But we can do more exploration and put some meat on that. And so I would ask if people are interested in working on hate crime policies, that they, again, submit an email. Why don't you do it, I guess to Minka, express your interest to Minka, and we will distribute the preferences among the commissioners. The third piece we looked at was housing. And we've heard one piece of housing tonight. We have had other learning sessions in the past, and we will have another on safe parking in a month, sorry. That particularly needs to have some focus to it, but I would hope we'll get two people to step up and say they want to take control of that, and how we narrow it down, looking at criteria again of what's needed, where we can add value, and where we have some strengths to do what's needed. If it's data driven, if it's interview driven, where we have some particular skill to bring to the topic. And then the last piece, the last of the four, was the safe parking would go as a subset of housing. The fourth is public health. And I think we talked about that as economic and emotional health, if I'm correct. So I would ask that coming out of COVID, this is going to be a significant issue for us. And I think Philip Dahl talked about that tonight in terms of funding. But in terms of beyond funding, let me try that sentence again. That's going to be important to us to look at the funding that's needed and the programming that's needed to return to a state of stability, and also acknowledge how it's going to be different. So we have a lot of work ahead of us if we do this well. And I guess I'm going to ask to put first, second, and third choices and communicate that to Minka. And then we will, yes, Commissioner DiTorell.
You mentioned community conversations and then also the hate crime issue. Are those two pieces of one?
I think they have to be two different ones.
Okay, so safe parking and housing is one issue, but those are two separate issues that we're going to be listing in terms of priorities.
Yes, I see safe parking is integral to housing, and getting a whole picture of what is the city's strategy for housing.
So did I And that we're supposed to list top 3, so order priority 1, 2, and 3 for
Yeah,
each.
please rank them.
Okay. And there's 4 issues, just to be clear. There's 4 options there.
There's 4 options. We have lumped them into 3. Inclusion and belonging, housing, and public health. But I'm going to ask you to separate them into 4 elements: community conversations, hate crime policies, housing, and public health. And we will try to divide those up, distribute them. Yes, Commissioner McGeer.
I don't remember that we specifically said hate crimes. We said inclusion, and we said inclusion. We wanted to be part of inclusion. It wasn't just hate crime. I think Commissioner, we both wanted that it wasn't just hate crime. I don't remember agreeing that. I thought we were putting it inclusion.
We did. We did.
But we're voting on just hate crime.
Not voting on it, asking to work on it.
But what I'm saying is that that wasn't part of our agreement about the hate crime, was that it was not just hate crime.
It was hate crime policies under this, you're exactly right, under the focus area of continued work on inclusion and belonging.
Which is different.
It is. If we just opt to put continued work on inclusion and belonging, focusing on repair and healing, my concern is that 2 people would work there. And we could leave it that way. If that's your choice, I will bow to that. I just thought we could put more heads on since the community conversations are approaching an implementation mode.
But I guess I'm just really confused, because when I was talking about the how, is community conversation the how? I really don't understand.
Community conversation is the recommendation. That is.
I don't remember voting on that or discussing that at our retreat.
The community
conversation. Part of the second recommendation, Commissioner Regier, that said continued work on inclusion and belonging. Would you like me to read the 4 items that were voted on at the retreat? Would that be helpful?
I think that'd be important.
Okay, so I would be happy to read them. So the first one is, we approve the work plan with the following focuses. 1, core responsibilities, including CDBG, HISRAP, and the Emerging Needs Fund. 2, continued work on inclusion and belonging, focusing on repair and healing. And the 2 bullet points were community conversation on race as referred by City Council. And the second bullet was hate crime policies.
Right.
The third item was housing, which will be referred to a subcommittee of the HRC for future focus, which is the call that you're hearing tonight. Public health, which will be referred to an ad hoc subcommittee for future focus. So those were the 4 that were part of the motion from the retreat last Friday.
Right, that's what I was.
We have it written down. Now, if you want to talk, do hate crimes really fall into that? I mean, that could be a discussion, but that's how it landed at the retreat. And that's why the chair brought it up in the location that she did.
So I think, yes, Commissioner McGeer.
I'm just trying to figure out what the 4 we're voting on then, because are we voting on inclusion and hate crime is just a subtitle to that part?
We're leaving this, we're not gonna, I would like not to vote on anything.
You said 3 priorities.
I would like you to say what's your priority for what you would like to work on. I would like you to send an email to Minka in the next 24, 48 hours, 76 hours. Your first choice, your second choice, and your third choice for where you would like to expend energy.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out the 3 priorities.
I'd like to know what people are want to be responsible for.
So are we responsible for hate crimes or are we responsible for inclusion and belonging? What are the 3? I'm just trying to figure out.
I see if we put 2 people on inclusion and belonging, I believe it would be the chair and the vice chair, because we are so far down the pike on that right now with the community conversations, the recommendation that falls out of the report to City Council. The report we made to City Council had a recommendation which they voted up on. And so we are moving forward, working with other groups in the city to make those conversations happen. That was the recommendation that the commission heard in December and the council heard in January. So to get more people into the inclusion and belonging effort, I thought if we could break those 2 apart just for the workload. If it's not clear, then we'll just leave it as it is. The continued work on inclusion and belonging. Focusing
But
on,
I guess I'm trying to figure out, but if that's just going to be you and you and Paloma, that's.
yes, I think I agree with you. I don't want that to be a closed. We're going to, in answer to your following up on your comment, this is really hard when we have 5 commissioners and we're trying to get everybody to have a responsibility that they want to deliver on, that they want to spend their energy on. We have to divide things up into groups that don't overlap.
Right, and that's also for it to be a ad hoc subcommittee, it has to be a very specific topic that is going to be worked on for a limited piece of time. So to break up a big issue, especially with the limitations of 2. So if 2 people are working on the community conversation piece, then, what other aspects of inclusion and belonging, is the HRC interested in, and then folks can express their interest in that.
I was just trying to break out discrete pieces so we could get more people involved. Let me just ask Commissioner DiTerrell.
I'm just trying to understand. So I think I understand that community conversations is a separate thing from hate crimes, and that Chair Smith and yourself are going to be working on that since you've already come along. So what we're looking at is hate crimes as one issue, housing, parentheses, safe parking is one issue. Yes, and then public health is also one issue, or those 2 separate ones are we choose economic related?
Leave it at public health.
Public health, okay. So there's 3 things. Okay, 3 things and 3 commissioners, I get it. Thank you so much.
But that does not mean in the future, for instance, if the commissioners that are on housing and safe parking issues and public health, once you've done some initial work and that you think, wow, this issue is really big, I see these other focus areas and I could really appreciate some help. That doesn't mean that in the future that one of these topics can't be divided into 2 or 3 and there could be more people involved. But I think what the chair is looking for is, as a first pass, are there people that are willing to take housing and two people that are willing to take housing, and put some work into it to kind of make some thoughts to bring back to the HRC of some information that needs to be gathered, actions that they'd like the HRC to take, policies that they'd like to forward to council, or if they come back and say, wow, this issue is really big, I think we really need someone, some folks either to have a discussion as a whole HRC on a bigger issue, or to divide it even further.
Commissioner Regier.
Sorry to be, I am just concerned because I remember at the discussion about the hate crimes, Mr. Savage was talking about what is a hate crime, and I'm just concerned that that is one big issue, and inclusion and belonging, you're saying, kind of goes with community conversation. I think inclusion and belonging, I just think hate crime, either that is more of the community conversation. I just think that hate crimes has to do with housing. It has to do with many of those issues. I mean, which we even heard tonight. It's inclusion and it's belonging and it's education. And I think that
Commissioner Regier, I
guess hate crime is very specific. The hate crime is very specific. Are we saying that when families can't go and use Ricanata Pool because LGBTQT, because they're care providers or they don't have a bathroom, is that a hate crime? Or what is a hate crime in your mind? We had no, I mean, it's a very legal term.
Well, can I respond?
And that's why I thought at our retreat, we were saying that we wanted to be broader than hate crime.
Can I make a comment which may or may not be helpful? Commissioner Regier, you can let me know what you think. So kind of going back to hate crimes, and that group will do some initial work on it and bring it back to the full HRC. That doesn't mean that the work that they do does not influence the work of inclusion and belonging. That doesn't influence other areas or have action areas. It just means that we can only have, as a ad hoc subcommittee, those two people having conversations about it outside of the meeting. But that doesn't mean what they find out can't have influence on 5 of the things that the HRC wants to do. It could have influence in more areas. How I see this is as a first pass commissioner involvement, but that doesn't mean it can't have multifaceted influence on what you do, and that won't lean into the work of community conversations or lean into the work of public health or lean into the housing issue.
And what I'm saying is hate crime is a very legalistic term. And I think that that is not the correct term. And what we were agreeing on was that it should be including other groups of people. And hate crimes is very specific. And I'm just saying that
I think, I'm sorry, finish, Commissioner.
I'm just saying that I don't remember having, during our retreat, saying that hate crimes was going to be the 3. We said, and as you put before, inclusion and belonging was part of it. And it wasn't just hate crimes that we were discussing.
No, it was hate crime policies within the category of inclusion and belonging.
Right, with the category of inclusion and belonging.
And so my question is, would this be clearer? And if it's not, then I'll not pursue it any further. If we were to say we'd like 2 people to look at hate crime policies as it applies to inclusion and belonging and focusing on repair and healing, would that be?
Thank you. I know you're trying and I'm trying too. I guess my frustration in all of this is what do we want as a human relation? What do we want to do as how do we view our society, our city? And I guess that's my focus on the hate crime policies. I'm not, there's no hate crime. Those policies, as people were saying, is, landlords and other people aren't breaking the law when they're not breaking policies when they're doing something. Sometimes they are, but other ones are like, it's different than policies. And I'm trying to figure out how to, and that is our role. Our role isn't to make sure that the city is following the policies. We're trying to make our community welcoming. We're trying to make our community involved, be sensitive, not just making sure that they follow the policy. And I guess that's what I figured out. It's not.
Commissioner Regier, would this work if
I guess I'd like to hear from other people's perspective, because I don't want to just, you're trying to please me, and I'm just trying to. Oh, Daryl's got to say something. I'm just trying to have a conversation more than, it's not that I want to be agreed. I don't want you guys to agree with me. I just want to have a conversation of what is our role. And what is, my role isn't just to do hate crimes. And I'm not saying, I think it's very important, but it's part of our community. And so I'm going to let someone else speak.
Yeah, I'd like to add something here. Remember, next month, we're going to be hearing from a representative of the Palo Alto Police Department on this very issue. And at that point, I think everything will be clear, hate crime policies, and what exactly we want to do or are able to do. So perhaps we want to just wait. I mean, we can look at the other things, housing, public health, but as far as, the hate crime portion, why don't we just put that on hold for now until we hear from the Palo Alto Police Department next month?
Commissioner DiTerrell?
My memory of how we discussed this and the concern was that Chair Smith had written a letter outlining and listing all of the hate-based incidents. And I think we went between hate-based incidents or hate crimes. We weren't really sure of the legality of these terms, but that was that was where it stemmed from. And the thought was that we need to take this really seriously, and we need to be proactive to make sure that we're noticing and documenting and hearing about these incidents so that we can keep our pulse on what's going on and make sure that everyone's safe in our community. So I think there was discussion about having like some kind of a reporting mechanism. Was it separate from the police? Was it a citizen-based thing? So that's what I had understood that was the conversation around this, and why it was sort of a separate thing from community conversations. I don't think that has anything to do with Commissioner Regier, what you were saying about incidents of racism, where there's an incident with a landlord being unkind or disrespectful to somebody or being racist towards one of their tenants. That's a completely separate thing. That's not a hate-based, it's not a hate crime, and I'm not sure it's a hate-based incident. It's not kind and it may be hateful, but I don't think that was what we were trying to wrap into there.
We have spent some years where we have our retreat and we have our goals, but we never see any work on some of them. And I was trying to avoid that situation by getting people to choose an area and start to make it more specific and deliverable, and think of what the deliverable would be within the year. That's not to say I don't value the discussion of what we want the city to be and where we see our role. But I would like to see us make progress within that. So I would like to still ask that that the commissioners indicate where they would like to spend some energy. And I will also entertain an interest in the question that you've raised, Commissioner Regier. We might, that's a good retreat question. I think it's a really important question. So, but I didn't want to delay progress on what we've committed to work on for this calendar year at our retreat. If you're uncomfortable, if anybody's uncomfortable, please just indicate that in a communication to Minka, and we will reconsider it at the next. I'll consider how to work at our next commission meeting in March. Commissioner Regier.
I know you're trying to be efficient.
I
think.
Sorry.
I know you're trying to be efficient, but that doesn't mean you really are being efficient in regards to all of this. Because if we had having us send our comments and thoughts to Minka, you and Coloma are our chair. We as a group are a commission. And I think we should have those discussions as a commission, not me sending a text or an email to Minka. Minka is a staff person. We're the commission. And I guess what I'm saying is that, for example, when we had the movie Wonder was not about bullying. It is and that's how it was portrayed. It is a way for us to get the library involved in talking about bullying. It was about inclusion. We had over 100 members come. And it was about getting businesses. And I guess that's what the discussion that I'd like to have is when you say hate crime policy, I guess I'm really frustrated, and going forward, I'm trying to figure out going forward and how do we be productive? Because there were a lot of things that got done that were under our things. I mean, climate change, but we didn't discuss any of those, and yeah, I don't mean to be taking up a lot of time, but I do, because this is really important. When you said, I mean, this letter that was started in October, I think we brought it up, Coloma Commissioner, and then we were supposed to see the letter before it went to the city council. Remember, that's what we voted on, that we would give our suggestions and we'd see it. We still haven't seen that letter.
We brought it up in December. He brought the letter as a draft in January, and he's ill tonight.
Right, but then you said that we should, but we haven't seen the draft. We saw the draft and we had some suggestions.
And he is ill tonight, you're right.
Right, and then you said we could give our comments, but we still haven't seen the result. And I guess my problem of all of this is that we're not taking this all as we're checking this box, okay, hate crime, housing, and there's.
I guess let me try again, Commissioner Regier. I think the place for the discussion was at the retreat. And it would be, at some point, we have to put a stake in the ground and say we'd like to accomplish something. And we chose this wording to capture what we think we can accomplish. And I'll use your example, the community conversations. Right now we have the library, the art museum, perhaps 2 nonprofits in the area working with us. So it's becoming a real community effort to have a dialogue. But we can't have that unless we have somebody actually putting stamps on envelopes and folding letters. So there's some real specific work. And the reason I asked people to write to Minka is because I wanted to avoid the Brown Act. She's not going to make the assignments. But I mean,
But I guess my problem with all this, and Valerie, if we hadn't had this discussion privately, you and me, I was saying, you and Coloma came, you came and said, we're going to do this with, you said 100, businesses, we were discussing it, but it was sort of like you wanted us to rubber stamp it. Commissioner Savage said, well, isn't this a big thing? 60, you still brought it up, city council, there's going to be 100. That's not a community conversation. That's a community conversation with its agencies. That's agency conversations.
Okay.
And we had no discussion. We had no discussion as a group.
May I suggest something? Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm having trouble, keeping my mind on this conversation. I think maybe others are as well. Can we just, for those commissioners who are comfortable with the current screen, I suggest we just put our own, we put our own choices in there, send them to Minka, and continue this conversation next month when we have a clearer picture and we've been, we have thought about it for a month, and we can go from there.
And I guess my question is, I agree, but who's going to assign these? Because Valerie, you already said that you guys are doing community conversations, which you said included inclusion and belongings, and there's 2 commissioners per committee. So how do we know how many people are doing what?
Well, let's not worry about that yet. Maybe it will turn out there will be 2 per topic, and that'll be the end of the story. There won't be a need to assign because 2 have chosen each topic. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Let's look at the his rep and how that was done, and the CDBG and emergency.
Okay, let's
let's go forward, and now we're stuck because of decisions that Coloma and Singer did.
Okay.
And so
Patty,
we can do that. We can do that.
We can go round and round on this until midnight. I prefer.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
So let's just do what we can do tonight. We'll send Minka our choices for those of us who are comfortable doing so, and we will continue the conversation next month.
I think that's a good suggestion.
So instead of hate crime policies, can we change it? Can we just, as Commissioner Savage said, can we just take that? Because we've already heard tonight that it's not crimes that was happening to our community members, but it was still hate. So can we just take that off right now and decide that later? Like Commissioner Savage has suggested?
I'm sorry, just say again how you'd like it to read.
Commissioner Savage had suggested that we heard people tonight talk about that was hate that was directed to them. It wasn't a crime. And then she suggested that we wait until we hear from the police before we put that category up.
I would like to leave it there since we did it at the retreat. If we subsequently choose to take it down after we've given it some thought, I would take, and I think that motion would be acceptable, but we've just had a vote a week ago to have it there. So I'd like to at least give 2 people the chance to flesh it out.
But if you go back to what Mika just put up, inclusion and belonging was part of that hate crime thing.
It was a subset of it.
Right, and that's not there.
Yes, it is inclusion and belonging. It's bold.
And community conversations and hate crime
are part of inclusion and belonging.
So are you saying that you, but you had already said that you and Coloma were doing the community conversation?
Yes.
So there's no room for any of us to be on the hate crime point 2?
That's why I pulled it out.
So might as well, if we don't have a choice to be on that, then take that off then. Why is that a choice of ours?
I believe it is a choice. Hate crime, whatever we're calling it, is a choice for us to put in our top 3 priorities, but community conversations is not, because that lead's been taken already and it makes sense for continuity.
Right,
is my understanding.
But I thought what Minka had put down, that inclusion and belonging was part of hate crime.
No, this is Mary writing, not Minka. Those are the subsets. So as Commissioner Duterre says, community conversation is one subset. So technically Mary could do an indent for community conversations and hate crimes. And I would agree with the chair that this was just voted on a week ago. If the final wording does not end up being hate crimes, that's the will of the commissions. But I think before a subgroup has even discussed it, to just change it without any, additional context, I think it should just be left the way it is. And if the wording gets changed, next month or after they've had a chance to work, I think that's an option. Often what you think you're going to work on, once it's been investigated a little bit, comes back and you say that I've looked into a little bit and I thought we were going to work on this, but actually that has led us to work on this instead. So I am not a commissioner, but I think just to continue this conversation on, just to leave it. And if it continues to be a pain point as far as the wording, that could be addressed in the future.
No, I'm just confused if Valerie and Coloma are going to be doing inclusion and belonging, and then housing and public health. What are the three we're voting on that we're saying what our priorities are that we want to work on?
We are just looking at community conversations.
So are we?
Patty, the three choices.
Thank you,
are
Daryl, because I'm late.
Housing and public health. 1, 2, 3. Those are them. Now, it's a process. These topics may evolve into something else, but for the purposes of this discussion and for right now, those are your three choices.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the approval of the minutes. We had minutes from January meeting.
I vote to approve. I move to approve.
A second.
Any discussion? All in favor? We've been doing individual votes. Can I do a voice vote here?
You need to do an individual roll call vote.
Okay, sorry. Commissioner DiTerrell?
Aye.
Commissioner Regier?
Aye.
Commissioner Savage?
Aye.
Commissioner Stinger? Aye. Commissioner reports. In the week that's transpired since the retreat. Council liaison.
Now, given the late hour, I'll just make it very brief and say there's a lot of issues coming up to council in the next month and a half that would probably interest the commission. So I would encourage you to keep looking at the council agendas when they're posted to see if there's anything that would interest you to tune in and speak up at council about.
Is there anything you particularly want to flag for us?
Well, I mean, just well, not this coming Monday. We don't have a meeting, but I think on February 22nd, there's an issue on license plate scanners and privacy policies that could interest the commission, as well as Foothills Park, renaming the park, and fee entries is coming back to us. So I think two issues that might interest the commission.
And to follow what Council Member Stone says, so I will continue on Thursday or Friday to look at upcoming council agendas. And when I see some things that I feel are of interest to the commission, I will send that forward. Obviously, that does not preclude you from checking out the agenda yourselves, but I try to look at the week ahead and what city meetings are happening. I will be honest that if my day takes a different direction, sometimes I don't get to that, but that is always my goal, is to get that to you on Thursday or on Friday when the council agenda, sometimes there are some adjustments that are made to it. And I try to wait till the adjustments are made till I send that out.
It's much appreciated. Thank you, Minka. Staff liaison report.
I don't have anything at this time. I will bring up something when we talk about the March agenda.
March agenda, let's talk about that now.
Okay. So the March agenda is in flux to the point that it has come to my realization that it is possibly so full that we will have to have 2 meetings in March. So just to let you know what we're looking at, we have the review of from the review of CDBG and HISRAP. We have invited Lieutenant Reifschneider from the police department. We have invited Rachel Tanner to talk about the safe parking program. We also have Karen Kinzel from the Art Center who wants to talk about the Black Index and possible involvement from the HRC. And it's possible that the Public Art Commission also wants to have some time to chat with their colleagues on the HRC. So what I'm hoping is that the commissioners will allow us to really look at these agendas. I think it makes sense. Well, first of all, we would have to either tonight or we'd have to send out a poll looking to have 2 HRC meetings. I don't see how we could review HISRAP and CDBG and have these other speakers as well. So either you have to make.
May I say something?
Yes.
I mean, there are some timely issues you're talking about and some issues that are not so timely.
That is correct.
Can I suggest that the art, Karen Kinzel, and as well as the Art Commission, move that to April instead?
We certainly can, but I would say even I don't see how you could have CDBG, HISRAP, the police department, and the homelessness. That's looking at like a 4 to 5 hour meeting. So if you want to have a longer marathon meeting and start the HISRAP and CDBG earlier, when the staff who will be coming to you probably to speak during oral communication, it's still during their office hours. You could do that. You could make a decision to have a really long meeting in March, or to have 2 meetings, or to make the decision what was originally going to be on March will be pushed to April. But I think, it all came to head. And, once I started to look at it, I said, oh my, March went from 1 thing to 7 things without, it's not that we forgot about HISRAP and CDBG, but we started populating March with those other items a couple months ago.
Well, can we leave that decision up to the chair and vice chair, whether to, make it 2 meetings or to delay? I mean, that's not something we have to decide on tonight, is it?
Well, I would like to get the impression, because the chair and the vice chair technically could make that decision, but if you all can't make 2 meetings, then, we need a quorum of 4 to be able to do so. So that's kind of a feedback. I mean, this is not an agenda item, so I don't want to spend a long time, debating it, but I would like just some general feedback from folks for us to go back with. So if each of you could say, I'd rather have 1 long meeting or 2 meetings, or push things off, it will allow us to just go the next step. So is that okay? Can I start with you, Commissioner Savage? Would you rather have 2 meetings, 1 long meeting, or delay?
The last choice is my choice.
Okay, let me just, Mary, if you could take notes for me. So Daryl for delay, Commissioner Dutouré.
1 long meeting would start earlier than 7 p.m.
It would probably start at 4 to 5. And the reason why I kind of feel okay with that is I'm cognizant that we have 18 applicants for HISRAP and I think 9 to 10 for CDBG. And these are all people that do this for their profession. So that would mean that like 25 agencies would have their staff working at night to be able to present during oral communications to the HRC. So there is some thought that it would be conducive to them if you started earlier. But if it's 7 o'clock, they'll come at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock as you voted at the retreat, because they're going to come when they need to come. But I'm just offering an observation.
Okay, and then delay means that some of the items on the agenda will be pushed forward to another month?
It would mean that we would only do CDBG and HISRAP in March.
So
And we would delay the police department, the homelessness, and so forth to an April meeting if you did not want to do two. Folks can think about it and let me know as well, or you can say in a public meeting.
I guess I'm just wondering whether there's anything, I don't have a sense of the urgency on the homelessness, for example. If there's, I know that, I don't know if we're addressing that with some of the budget and funding related things. So I
It's
guess.
not specifically anything. It's a big desire by some commissioners to hear about it, especially as the safe parking program is opening this week. But there is not anything funding related from the HRC's perspective. I mean, they technically could ask council for something funding related, but there isn't anything just attached to it. It was meant to be a presentation.
Okay, so I guess I would say delay or one long meeting.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Regier?
I feel that the last time we as a commission has talked, I mean, it was almost a year ago when Safe Parking Lot was coming up. And I feel like I brought it up that I thought we should, because of the winter, that we should be talking about homelessness, dealing with the winter. And so if those are the two choices that are going to delay homelessness, discussing homelessness another time.
You have three choices. You have a choice to have.
So I would say, so if those, but we're just informed that those were the two that would be delayed, would be homelessness and the police.
Because the HISRAP and CDBG have a time commitment to be able to go to the next step in the city process.
So I find it's very timely, and I would rather not delay it.
So your vote is for your two meetings, or your not vote, but your recommendation would be to have two meetings.
Right, or didn't you say one long meeting?
We could no, I gave three choices. I
I
said
know we're not really into long meetings.
One long meeting, two meetings, or delay the non-essential, and I say that very lightly. So you said, what is your thinking?
Two meetings.
Thank you.
But can I just, I want to have a more discussion about the safe. I know we're trying to get this done.
No, I'm trying to not have a Brown Act violation by discussing something that's not on the agenda.
Okay, so I have a question about the agenda, because who decides who? We're saying we're talking about safe parking, but we're not having any speakers come from the church. We're not having anybody, we're just having a city person come on the agenda.
We didn't say that specifically. I mean, we had talked about the two speakers, but we hadn't said specifically that it wouldn't be the others. We just said safe parking. So I don't think that's been said specifically.
So has someone from Move Mountain View been invited? Or
because I've been working on these other things, so I will take that under advisement for the other speakers as well.
I guess my question is CDBG and HISRAP. How many of those applications overlap? 27.
Well, agencies overlap, but their requests are
Well, I was thinking of the number of speakers. I mean, if we have.
I think, what was it, Mary? 3 or 4? 4 overlap. So we have 9 CDBG applications and 9 or 10, and then 18 for HISRAP. So there could be, there could be 24 oral communication folks at that meeting.
I guess I would vote for 2. I don't know that we've ever done
Okay.
CDBG and his rep in the same night.
That's what I'm wondering is why are we doing it together? Last year, why are we doing it together? And
We
The
did.
calendars.
no,
fell-
We did 2 years because his rep only comes to the HRC every 2 years and CDBG comes every year because you get the second year. So the last time that it was on the 2-year cycle, both his rep and CDBG, to the best of my recollection, came the same night. So I will check with the chair as well, and thank you for your input.
but we didn't hear Valerie's. Can we hear?
No, she did. She said 2 meetings.
Okay.
And that was primarily to clear my head between discussions. Thank you.
I will say, wait, very quickly, just in the past, I mean, like going back 10 years or so, those times when his rep and CDBG spoke at the same time, in the same meeting rather, that was it. That was the agenda. That was more than enough to concentrate on.
If it's one meeting, that's all I can.
Yeah.
And I
Thank you, commissioners.
thank you all, and council member, thank you for sticking it out. We have been very good about ending at 9, and we did not tonight, and I apologize. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.